Good morning or good day or good evening, wherever you are, guys. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard, always. Yes, and don't forget to hit the like button if you've just arrived. Ding, ding, ding. G'day, Gary. Good to see you, mate. Kibble. No, just... There is a bit in the coffee. There is a bit of, low grade kibble. It's not afternoon yet. I mean, you're only you're midday. You're not afternoon. You're midday. It's you're 2 hours ahead, Richard, which basically puts you at 12:30. You're midday. You're not morning, but you're midday, but not afternoon. Have you walked outside to actually just get a sense of what time of the day it is? G'day, Robert. How's it going? Have you done any videos on theanine for sleep or other benefits? No, I haven't. Don't really need it. So you said they're able to have a similar mechanism of action to taurine. Yes, it's similar. Look, taurine is... What it does is, via the pineal gland, it sort of actually is involved in the production of melatonin. It also increases GABA. It's actually GABA A, as it's called, in brackets A. And GABA A is what's really involved in actually increasing, supporting melatonin production. Obviously, if you're watching computers at night, and you're basically you're bathing yourself in blue light, you're going to still be inhibiting, no matter how much taurine or meat you eat, to get that taurine into your system. So obviously that's not going to work for you. You still have to basically keep, because it's still signaling. You're deranging your signaling stuff. You're taking in animal foods, taurine, which as the signaling pathway goes down, as the night goes down, and you get a signal from that change into near infrared that happens. That's why I always say get out early in the morning to basically get your blue light and circadian signaling, so you can actually activate your cortisol, so you can get that the dawn effect. Get that additional energy. It's what I encourage people to do. I sometimes, because I'm a bit lazy, I just pull the window open and pop my head out so I can actually get that signaling from the sun. Stay there for a couple of minutes while I'm just dazing, and then pop my head back in. But that's just because I'm lazy, but I don't care how you do it. And what it does is it sends a signal to my brain and goes, ooh, I need to increase cortisol, give you that extra energy to get you going. That's why most people, when they get up, they don't get that signaling and they're sluggish in the morning. They get out, they get that signaling, they're alive again, So because that signaling suppresses melatonin, forces up cortisol, momentarily, and it comes down by 11 o'clock. It's in the toilet. But that's enough to basically get you going and get some free fatty acids into your system. That's why you don't need any food in the morning. Our ancestors never did that. They went out and hunted. They didn't have a fridge. So that is the natural way. The last thing you want to be doing is spiking it with any food, insulin at the same time as cortisol is going up quite a bit to give you the nutrients you need to get going. So that's the whole idea in the morning. Now, in the evening, you basically signal, get out there as the sun's going down, and it's, at the dusk part of the day. And you basically, those signals come in until your body start increasing your melatonin production. And that's what the body does. Gets the signals from the eyes, starts doing that. Now, if you have these blue blocking glasses and other stuff like that, I usually put these on midday, not in the morning, but midday. And then once After that, then I shift when I'm looking at screens. That blocks out 50%. The other ones block out, quite a bit, pretty much all blue light and most of the green light. And that's for the evening, the other ones that I wear. So for my proper circadian rhythms. And basically, your body will respond accordingly. Now, the nice thing about taurine, all these other things is, we never took supplements of theanine or this or that or whatever, like people say. Yes, they may influence some similar pathways, but I would rather traditional. I'm a traditionalist, and use what the body really uses for signaling. And what taurine does in the body, it actually increases GABA, and in particular also GABA A, and that actually has an important role in the production of melatonin. So I usually say in the evening, if you're really struggling, keep away from blue screens, from PCs, any screen. Get blue blocking glasses and take 2 grams of, between 7:30 and 9 o'clock at the latest, 2 grams of taurine, and that will actually increase that GABA effect, help increase through the night. And as long as you're not as you're wearing this sort of stuff and trying to keep down the blue light, you should start building up your melatonin, and then your body naturally you'll get drowsy, and it will be much easier to sleep. So yeah, wonderful stuff. Real food, the stuff that comes from real foods. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the natural sort of way we would do things. He has some chemical thing. That's what he means. G'day, Gary. I used to partake on green herbs. Yes. Oh, look, we've all done sort of a lot of things in that regard. Oh, I just noticed what Jared's in the home. Good to see you, Jared. Expect an email from. I've been very busy and stressed with work-related things. Let's say the jabbering shit. But anyway, that's a different issue altogether. But I will send you, mate, an email. So sometime this week, get together and have a bit of a chat, because you've got those genetic stuff you want to go over. So expect an email from me. I never had any dreams when smoking weed before sleep. I'm sure it messes with the REMs. Yeah. I sleep really well nowadays. It's just recently, because of the jabber shit at work, I've had a bit of disturbed sleep, and that's because I'm stressing about it, about my future employment security. So, yeah. So that's really what's stressing me at the moment. I may not be showing it, but I can tell you my stress levels are really way high currently. Anyway, enough of my problems. I dream. It depends. It's really, on and off. Lukey's. G'day, Lukey. Yes, I enjoyed doing that video, the recent video. So, I thought people would find it humorous and all that. It's just looking at what's happening out there in the food supply is it's just crazy. A lot of the influencers are just in this sad diet 2.0 veganerized lifestyle is just being pushed like mad. I mean, luckily, a lot of people are not buying into it, which is good. More and more people are not buying into it, but still, there's a big virtual signaling woke middle class that are still buying into that shit. So that's where the threat to the food supply comes, when you have a a large amount of people shifting. Hopefully that doesn't happen. It seems like that sort of era of that sort of behavior and attitude is starting to wane at this stage. People are starting to realize things are a bit dodgy in this our society, and starting to be less, let's say, receptive to those bullshit messages. So one can only hope that things don't go the way the food industry, big pharma and all that really want to push it. So we'll see, hopefully, in that regard. So Julian, thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Oops. Thank you very much. That'll buy that will cover the steaks that I bought today. And I bought some artesian steaks and sort of sort of in tradition. They do it in brine, and they do some other stuff like all the sort of sausages and all that. They in fermented stuff, so they've got a whole lot of beneficial bacteria. They're all artesian, really nice. A bit on the pricey side, but really nice stuff. So yes, that will buy a few more. Thank you. Definitely buy more than coffee. Yes, always blame the keyboard, when everything goes, haywire. G'day, Deborah. G'day to you as well. Barbados, good to see you. When is the 5 of? Yeah, it's coming. Look, I'm not going to promise anything anymore. Yeah, things take time. And one other video that I was trying to do last night, actually, the audio went out of sync. I don't know why. And then I looked at it and I'm going, there was like an interruption in because I use the Zoom thing to record it. There must have been an interruption. It actually, then the video gets thrown out from the audio. And then I looked at it and I go, tried to correct it. And then I ended up going, out of frustration, I just deleted it. And I said, I'll do it again on Monday, because it's just one of those things. Yes, it's all coming, but it'll come when I've got time, mate. As I said, it's always, these things are never easy to produce, with a lot of other hassles that are happening in my life at the moment as well, which are not helping. Permaculture Pagan, good to see you. I wildly dream when smoking weed. Fair enough. Everybody's got their own. They achieve their own. Let me just sort out Julian there. More of the YouTubian nonsense. Oh, I've got to get moving a bit. Okay. Might catch the end live stream. Okay. See you, mate. G'day, Tracy. I use a light box in the morning here in Canada winter. The weather is too crappy to overcast, often to make me not want to go outside. Look, I still encourage people to go outside. Doesn't matter, UV still gets through this. The intensity may not get through, but the signaling still comes through. So it's really important to get that signaling. It's really important, in the dawn to dusk type effect. So going out in the morning, getting that signaling. Midday is also important, getting that signaling. So morning, at lunchtime, in the midday, and in the evening as the sun's going down. So in the dawn effect, you want that signaling to happen. You want to tell your body which part of the planet you're on, what time of the year it is, and exactly what the signaling and what you want it to do, because it's really important. We were outdoors as humans. We've basically been outdoors for most of our history. It's only been in very recent times. If you go back, there was actually some research back in the 1930s done with public servants in the British, sort of, I can't remember which departments they were, but there were a number of departments in London, in the sort of the London-based buildings where housed some of the staff for some of these departments, but I just can't remember the exact. It's a long time since I read the study, so bear with me. And what they actually noticed was, even back in the 1930s, people that were indoors and working indoors and stuff like that had much higher health problems, substantially much. The sort of health problems, even though they were having a diet which was much more animal-based and less kibble, they were still having more health problems compared to the general population that was working outdoors, that were traders, that were building things or working on the farm, or or stuff like that. So they did notice the sort of the indoors and sedentary really is a problem. So movement and being outdoors is really important. So keep that in mind, and getting. I believe the circadian signaling is really important for the human body. And I notice that when I get that circadian signaling, I sleep better as well. When I don't, I actually can struggle sometimes, especially if I'm stressed a bit. And that's the other thing, that, this signaling also reduces your cortisol levels at night and increases your melatonin. So it's really important that you're getting the signaling. And if you're actually looking at screens all day without blue blocking glasses and doing it at night as well, you're just pushing your cortisol up and suppressing your melatonin. And it's really important that we get. I know that some of these devices, light boxes, are not a bad idea, but I think that we really need to get proper signaling, natural signaling, which really helps ultimately. There may be cases, I understand, where that's not practical on a really bad, crappy day, where it's just, but try and actually, I think getting outdoors is far more important than the sort of avoiding that. Yeah, it would, because you're getting that signaling, which is important. Good point, Sarah. Thanks for the wisdom. People often reach for supplements for different conditions: adrenal fatigue, sleep. Adrenal fatigue is a bit of a myth, but they don't address the behavior driving there. Yeah, exactly. So sort of the derangements. I mean, very important. Taurine again, eating meat. Very important for the kidneys, but also for the adrenals. So, regulating your electrolytes also helps with this sort of stuff. So it's, taurine is, if you Google taurine on PubMed and adrenals, just adrenal, nothing else, the adrenals, you'll find shitloads of studies. It shows how important ancestral foods are. This is why the Maasai, the Inuit, the traditional Inuit, the Sand people, they never suffered from chronic fatigue or adrenal fatigue. They were getting the nutrients the body needed to function properly and providing the proper signaling. So, good day, Raymond. Thanks for reporting, mate. Another member of the meat militia. Yes, it's good that we actually got Bart over, or to be more precise, Ted's channel. We got Ted over 1,000. Well done, everyone. So now we need to get Pim over with her the diabetics thing. Promote it amongst your family. I suspect many of your families are on a damn kibble diet. Try and get them to basically subscribe and maybe help them get off their addictions. And the naturopath community doesn't help. Exactly. They're basically the supplement pushers and the MDs, the allopathics are basically drug pushers. It's rather than real foods, actual ancestral foods. Yeah, not a problem. I thought you were misreading some of that stuff. So that's So I'm glad I cleared up some of your concerns. And yeah, you're welcome. Congratulations, mate. That's good to hear. Fantastic. I know that's why I didn't send you a link. If you want to come on, that's fine. But I didn't send you a link because I knew you were a bit stressed. You were struggling with mum and with getting the new job. So yeah. So that's great news that everything's sorted itself out. Fantastic. Yep. Yeah, I think we all sort of feel it's a crazy world at the moment. It's bloody crazy out there. And it's not getting any saner, even though I'm hoping that when this study goes from preprint, it gets printed, published, and shows that basically the new variant is just a bronchial issue. And also the new research, the Danish stuff, even though those academics concluded something ridiculous every 30 days. I mean, it just bankrupt the whole system, jabbering every 30 days. How crazy is that? That's not a solution. But basically that after 90 days, the evidence shows that the outcomes are actually worse for those who have been jabbed than those who haven't. So hopefully that information starts filtering through, and some of these, virtual signaling people out there that are brainwashed to the hilt will start seeing this information and start questioning, and maybe we'll be able to get through to them at long last. I mean, I had really just recently a very, let's say, lively argument or discussion to be, but I would, use the other word, with my older sister on this matter. So yeah. Anyway, she seems to have calmed down recently. Maybe she's looked at my other videos, and that helped her calm her down. Yes. Oh, look, there are Tasmania in particular. We're like the New Zealanders. It's all grass fed, grass finished here. Tasmania is a very green sort of island in that regard, and the areas, like if you get the animals from the Central Highlands, which is the centre of Tasmania, or from one of the islands or south or whatever, actually, it's really sort of really hardy. The sort of grass is this really extremely green, dark green, hardy type grass, which is much higher in vitamin D and omega 3s. So it's a very different type. It actually really improves the profile of the animal quite a bit. So we're quite lucky down here. And the thing is, not all of it gets exported, to the mainland. And when it gets to the mainland, it's quite expensive. Most people that know about Tasmanian produce, it's quite expensive. But down here, we're able to get it much cheaper. So, which is a great advantage. So, yes, I know. Yes, KFC and their Beyond bullshit. Yes, it's ridiculous, But and you know what? The veganerized community out there is more concerned that it's not cooked in the same oil. I mean, toxic seed oil is toxic seed oil. I mean, give us a break. I mean, what's the difference? Other people, whether it's if you have it in a separate oil, what's the difference? They're still producing the other stuff. I mean, how deranged can you be in your mindset? It's just crazy. Yes. The supply chain is about to be hit the fan in Canada in a big way. Trudeau banned unjabbered truckers from entering the country. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. It's the same sort of bullshit that happened in the UK. Remember in Britain with the Brexit? They literally, the whole supply chain went to shit. And even in Australia, they've realised, and they've actually pulling back and saying, "Oh, look, we're gonna we're going to ease off on the requirements, the mandates on that. So yeah, they're pulling back a bit because they realize the supply chain is going to go to shit, and politically it's going to be unpalatable. So yeah, but I know what you mean, very much what you mean. Yeah, it's ridiculous to say the least in that regard. Just give me a sec. I need to shut something off. I actually forgot. Oh, I just noticed it. Yes. What was I going to say? Yeah, it's bloody crazy. And I think New Zealand's actually having similar problems. The US has had some disruptions in the last couple of months as well, quite a bit, but they are not as bad. That was also due also to containers being left all over the country and not getting back to the ports. So the old boats couldn't actually leave with full containers to head out and then bring it in the other one. So it's a mess all around, this whole situation. You know, you've seen the video, you've seen the death rates in the US, you know, on an annualized base. It's the year before and the year before that was 0.1 difference. That could be just statistical noise. And if you look at the previous years when there was no issue, the levels were going up at the same rate. You know, slightly less, maybe 0.07 rather than 0.1, but still wasn't much difference. Wasn't a massive difference in that regard. So it's bullshit. You know, the all-cause mortality data does not lie. That's what they submit to the UN, the US, and every other country. So it's just bullshit. But the problem is when you go, it's like one of the politicians in America said, oh, there's 680 odd thousand children that have got, you know, that have been in hospital with you know what. And when you look at the information, is even Fauci himself came out and said that basically they were in for other reasons. So these kids, you know, you could have gone in as a child and had basically, let's say, a broken leg, but because you were positive for the latest variant or the previous variant, you were basically considered as part of those statistics, which is wrong. If you go and die because of cancer or heart disease or whatever, that's what you've died of. Just because you've got a respiratory infection, whether a common cold or the flu or the current stuff, makes no difference. The flu didn't kill you. The cancer killed you, or the heart disease killed you, or basically, you know, the injury, you broke your leg or whatever. You weren't in there for just because you know, somebody can be asymptomatic just because they actually are positive on one of those tests. It means nothing. But they actually included that data and actually used it for propaganda purposes. When you're looking at all-cause mortality, if the all-cause mortality, this so-called 500,000 people died, as we're told, if that amount of people died, some people did die from this respiratory infection, like they die from the flu and the common cold if they get it in a severe way, and they've got comorbidities and they've got poor immune function and stuff like that. That happens every year. But the reality is the numbers do not lie. When you look at the all-cause mortality numbers, it would be, you'd have to basically be brain dead to think that cancer deaths, just because of the new flu, basically cancer deaths, heart disease and all that vanished. No strokes, no nothing, no other disease. They all vanished all of a sudden. You'd have to be a moron to believe that. That's how they're treating us, like idiots. As if we were bloody idiots. We're not idiots. The reality is the numbers, when it comes to people ending up in ICU and actually dying from the actual disease, are very small. No different than a severe flu season. No different than that. So the all-cause mortality data does not lie. Just because you've got a positive thing, you're not in there for none of these kids were dying. They didn't say a whole lot of these kids died just because they were positive. And were any of these kids in ICU, did they die? No. So what's the issue? It's like having the common cold, a bit of a sniffle. Give us a break. This is the bullshit, the narrative. That's why we have to go back to all-cause mortality of 2021, 2022. The numbers that each of these governments submit to the UN, and they're published. The numbers that I showed you guys are all-cause mortality data. Nothing strange. Back in 1912, when there was a real pandemic, it was basically like 3 times the death rate, the annual death rate from all-cause mortality. Okay? That was a real pandemic. Going further back, the bubonic plague, that took out 1/3 of the population of Europe. 1/3. It's like in America where there's 330 million, taking out 110 million people. That's a pandemic, guys. Ebola, that's a pandemic. That literally takes out a lot of people. So these people basically are making shit up. If there was basically something like Ebola, something like a 1918, or something like the bubonic plague or whatever, something equivalent to that, I can tell you, I would be listening and taking all the precautions that they told me. I wouldn't be a fool or an idiot. But when basically the numbers don't stack up and the data doesn't actually look like it is what it is, then you have to question the narrative. People that actually question the narrative are wise people. They're not basically brainwashed little morons that can be dragged around by the nose, like unfortunately the majority of the virtual signaling woke middle class are, unfortunately, nowadays. They've been well brainwashed by the media over decades and decades to be well trained. You're welcome, mate. Yes, another one of those. Do you remember the truckers played a big role in Chile in 1973? Yes, there's all sorts of things, shenanigans that happen around the world, and people get used and abused. Most of these people wouldn't have even known how they were being used and abused. Unfortunately, in the real world, a lot of this does happen. So, yes, it's unfortunate. Fetish compilation. Good to see you, mate. Is it safe to cook beef heart rare or medium rare? I don't remember finding any definitive on that matter when consult. No. I actually, it's really up to you how you actually cook your beef hearts. So I usually mince mine. I get mine minced. So I mince and combine it and do 1/3. And I usually, when I cook my mince, like my little patties, well, actually large patties, but anyway, when I cook my patties, it's a third heart, 2/3 sort of muscle meat, and pretty much I'll cook them because of the coenzyme Q10, the taurine, all that sort of stuff, are very good sources of those sort of things. So, yeah, I don't have them as, I know some people have them as steaks. I don't. I have them as a mince. But that's me. They've got a lot of fibrous and a lot of, a lot of collagen in them. And I find them, I've tried them once and didn't really enjoy it. So I prefer them minced personally. That's me. But, and usually I do them on the rare side. So mine are rare or medium rare sometimes. Depends if you can accidentally overcook them. I do that sometimes. Not always, but I try not to, but yeah. But I like them to be nice and pink inside, to have some that mushy, to be, outside to be really well cooked, but inside to be really, so. Oh, we don't have Barbados. We don't have basically our dear friend Blinky. I think he's been locked up again. Yeah, he's a bad boy. Yes, what can one do? He's probably gone down to the farmer's market. Biggest problem with Blinky, well, he can't leave the farmer's market. Gets himself into trouble all the time. Yes. So, I'm retarded. So I was looking for a stream on Bart's channel. No, mate, no. I used to do stuff on Bart's channel in the past. There's a lot of, if you go and look at my playlist, I've got a whole lot of playlists of things that I did with Bart, and also things that I did with also Pim. So with Pim, I did a couple of really good collabs to sort of explain the low-fat diet and where it came from, and some of the, how it works and stuff like that, and then the ApoE, why some people are hyper responders because of the genetics in terms of LDL. So it's stuff like that. I mean, you might find it really interesting, give you a bit of insights into that sort of stuff. Hello, my dear Lama. I somehow remember my dreams nearly once upon a waking has wanted to be abundant sleep the week prior, possibly a drop of melatonin too. Scary part is I didn't know I was missing out. Look, I think we sometimes over worry, and we can end up becoming hypochondriac, worrying about everything. Has to be perfect. Life isn't perfect. Life goes up and down, has its stresses, has its moments. There's always going to be things that are going to throw things out of whack, whatever, even if you're doing everything else right. So, yeah, so I wouldn't get too wound up. You need to learn to basically be less inflexible in your thinking. You need to basically also need to be more easygoing, more relaxed as well. It helps, believe me. I used to be a nervous wreck in the past, always hoping everything was right, everything was perfect as a youngster. Yeah, and I stressed myself far too much. Where now I'm more easygoing. I don't basically, yesterday was yesterday. Today's today. Move on, sort of attitude. Much better for your psyche. I believe in these crazy times, it's really much better. Believe me. Raymond, Harry, I was watching your kibble video and became so distraught. I had to make my way to the meat shop and get 300 grams of smoked pork through. I felt much better. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what after that video, I had to basically detox myself from veganerism, and I went down and bought myself shitloads of really good, high quality animal foods. So I did the same thing today with Hello Kitty. So she's gone off to get some other stuff that she wanted. So she'll be late coming back to my live stream. So We had a bit of a chat when we were going down there, and we walked into the farms. Because none of us were wearing nappies on our faces, we got some of the filthiest looks by people. There was actually one lady that we walked past. She smiled at us. She wasn't wearing one. There was another older gentleman as well that he smiled at us as well. So we sort of understood. And yeah, all the other ones are bloody idiots. Yeah, exactly. What can one say? I have a question regarding colostrum. Any health benefits for humans? Very high in lactoferrin and a whole lot of other peptides, which are very important for the immune system. So it is much better. What they call first milk, is much higher in. So let's say you have an infection or whatever sort. By taking colostrum, which is very high in lactoferrin, what you're doing is basically you're increasing your interferon levels within your own body, and you're actually improving your immune function. It's the reason why when babies are born, mother's milk has even higher, because we've got remember, humans are born because we've got a larger brain. They have to be birthed much earlier before they're fully developed. So their immune systems are not fully developed. Their brains are not fully developed. Their bodies are not fully developed. So they come out earlier. Mother's milk is very essential to basically providing the massive amounts of lactoferrin. And even, our mother's milk has higher lactoferrin levels than even cow colostrum, because cows are already quite developed before they pop out. So they don't need as much for their immune system, where little children, they do. That is why breastfeeding is so important. And I know it's unfashionable nowadays because of the sort of the current thinking, and also some of the lunacies within the feminist lobby that ignore human physiology and ignore biology. It's like the sort of you can identify as anything you like, ignore biology whatsoever, that sort of attitude, and we ignore the importance of milk, mother's milk. It's so high in all these immune modulating factors. So yes, it is really good, and I would say I actually have supplements of through this period of the current pandemic. I've had, for the more problematic variants, the earlier ones, lactoferrin. So I could actually use it if I needed it to improve my immune response. But I've never had to. It's still sitting there in the cupboard. So I'll probably end up using it for the flu next this coming winter or something like that. So yeah, so but it's really good for the immune system. This is why the old doctors in the past, they used to wheel you out. They used to have, the old hospitals used to be great. You could wheel the all the actual patients out, sun, vitamin D, and they would combine milk, raw milk. They understood that raw milk had therapeutic properties, the lactoferrin, interferon helping, plus the vitamin D. Yeah. So it was a combination of these sort of things. So yes, Lecram, you're probably new here. Thanks for joining the live stream, and I hope you got something out of that information. So yes, if you can get raw milk, fantastic. I do buy raw milk, and it does have lactoferrin in it, which is destroyed by pasteurization, and a number of other peptides and other important elements that usually are lost due to the processing of milk. So yes, if you can get some, fantastic. If as long as you're not lactose intolerant, obviously. I'm pretty sure that there was a varicose vein video in coming about 6 months ago. Oh, there probably was. I probably forgot about it. I may have even forgot to put on my list. That's probably what happened. So I'll have to remind myself. Yes. Too many things to remember, my dear Lama. Too many things. Yes, my mind sometimes loses track of things. I heard people swapping their thyroid medications for thyroid glands in pill form. So it would be safe for someone with a healthy thyroid to consume thyroid pill glands. Yep, that'd be fine. You'd basically get good levels of selenium. Thyroid is high in selenium, zinc, iodine, all these things that the thyroid needs to function properly. Now, they are very high in animal foods. Eggs are a great source of both of all these nutrients that the thyroid needs. Selenium, very good source. Iodine, very good source. And also zinc and a number of other important minerals and cofactors. So, but actually taking the actual organ itself, it's the old tradition, heart for heart, or, liver for liver, kidneys for kidneys. You're getting the nutrient, it's not exactly like that, but it does help. It will increase the nutrient density. At the end of the day, everything will run through the body, and your body will either, those metalloproteins in your gut lining will either take a certain amount in. And that's another reason for not supplementing, because you're overloading that sort of stuff, and you can actually push disproportionately certain types of minerals in, which isn't a good thing, and put things out of balance. So it's really getting it from real food, and then it will be taken in, and then it will be excreted, usually via your kidneys or via your bile. Like manganese, 90% gets excreted via the bile. That's why you need good functioning bile function. Taurine in meat is important for emulsification and good bile or gallbladder function. So another reason to, you don't need to detox heavy metals. The bile does it itself, as long as your liver and your gallbladder are working properly. So that's why we didn't need to detox as ancestrally. Everybody needs to detox now. And they're not even detoxing correctly. They're not supporting the organs that do the bloody work, which need taurine. Liver, heart, brain, and kidneys are some of the biggest hogs of taurine. And people wonder why. Dad had a lot of cysts on one of his kidneys, and he was a bit of atrophy as well. That's completely reversed now. Bigger kidneys, healthier kidneys he's got now. Things are much better. We were worried about cancer, but all that's turned around. So, and I've got him on taurine supplementation as well. Complication. Don't mess with hormones unless needed. Yes, exactly. It's better to get it from real food and get the body to, transcript the enzymes that it needs to modulate and regulate the hormonal system as it's required. The body knows best. This sort of bullshit that, give it the right nutrients and the body will start functioning properly. Obviously, some people do need, maybe very deficient in certain things, and may need short-term supplementation or certain interventions. I do recommend those. I've talked about them in the past. But, you may need to reset your gut microbiome. I've talked about that in the past as well. So, yeah, it depends on those sort of things. Exactly. Oh, yes, hit that damn like button. Or if you're Vagoon, hit the dislike button. The AI will still love me. Or, well, treat me with a bit of, respect. Rosetta, with some principle apply to bull testicles, everything. You can basically, you eat animal foods of varying type, depending on your deficiency levels, So, in that regard. My uncle lives near Hobart. He's a welfare bum. Sorry about that, Harry, mate. Yeah, I got pretty relatives that I sort of go, I'm related to those people, so I know what you mean. So yes, we all have certain relatives. We can't be held responsible for the people that are related to us. As I said, I was just basically related to them. I can't do much about it. My friends, yes, somebody can criticize me about the sort of friends that I select, because there I make a choice. But when it comes to family, you got no choice. You just get what you get. The moment you pop out, oh, yeah, these are the people that are related to me. Oh, bugger. Yes, it's a bit like that. I wish I had space for cattle. Look, me too. Back in Greece when I was a youngster, many moons a year. Trying to remember how many bloody years. God, hopeless calculating in my head. Let's just use the calculator. Friggin' hell. 55-year-old bastard at the moment, minus 16, 39 years ago. 39 years ago, I did a bit of animal. Well, actually, I was 15. 40 years ago, I was basically taking goats up into the mountain areas. Oh, hello, kitties here. Good to see you. Did you get what you wanted? Is it getting warm out there as well? Because you don't have to go for a walk up the hill, so that's going to be fun if it's too warm, too hot. Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely, I've got the same attitude. Yeah. Spitzer, do you think Northern Europeans fought over Carnivore because of vitamin A or vitamin D? I suspect both. They were outdoors all the time, so they would have been getting some. They're also eating other animal foods that also have vitamin D. In the very northern latitudes, they would also be killing seals, like the Inuit, and the seals there and the have a lot of vitamin, because they sit out in the sun, out on the outdoors all the time. They actually have quite a lot of vitamin D in their fat. So seal fat is a very good source of vitamin D. Cod liver oil was a very good source of vitamin. So they would have basically, those days, people ate seal fat. They ate, and the Inuit cooked in seal fat. So they would have got very good levels of vitamin D from that. Also, from cod, people would have got vitamin A. It's the reason why the Irish have got very poor conversion of carotenoids. They just, not only better but all carotenoids are very poor converters. So they really need to get actual retinol from animal foods, whether it's from liver, cod liver, eggs, the fat of animals, or yeah. But even the fat of animals, like the muscle meat of animals, has some carotenoids which they can't convert. So they definitely need to get fat, definitely from a source, whether it's cod liver, whether it's liver, whether it's one of those things, whether it's eggs, because otherwise they can become quite easily deficient. Where Southern Europeans, I've only got a reduction of 32% reduction in carotenoid conversion, so I can still convert some from carotenoids. But a lot of Northern Europeans, do tend to have a lot of these genetics of poor carotenoid. You notice it in people that have got an ancestry from Northern Europe. You notice in the Vagunarized community, they've got, their skin goes orange. It's so noticeable. It's sort of, well, it's not funny, but it's sort of, it's humorous, when they're sitting there telling you, I can get all my vitamin A, and you go, no, you can't. Just look at your skin color, tone. So yeah, it's funny. But vitamin D can come from a lot of different sources, plus from the sun. And if you're outdoors all day long and you've got light skin, even in winter, you'll get some from that. From cod, you'll get some. You'll get from seafood generally. You'll also get from, especially if you're eating whale meat or seal. I mean, if you go to places like Norway and Iceland and all that, they used to hunt whales, small whales, coastal whales, and ate whales. And so they would get vitamin D from the whale meat, the whale fat, because it's a very good source. Seal is slightly higher. And when people say, where do the Inuit get their vitamin D? They cook everything in seal fat. That's where they get it. Now they get it from supplements, most of them, unfortunately. Yes. As long as you get it early. A number of these little children are probably that are veganerized are probably going to suffer. I know that some people who had their children on a veganerized diet, put them on an ancestral diet, and their kids have just grown like mad. So there's still hope as long as you can still grow. If you get too old, you like Greta, that still looks like a young granny. Ridiculous. A granny in puberty. Ridiculous. You just have to look. She doesn't look normal. She doesn't look like a normal child. She looks aged, haggard. Her hair's grey. I mean, as a teenager. I mean, God, I've even got genetics for greyness, which I've shown. My cousins went grey in their mid-30s. So, but I'm still holding off to some extent. And I think it's just the meat, the animal foods that basically are holding off from basically me going completely grey, like my cousins did. So, and my mother. My mum went grey in her mid-30s as well. So completely grey. I mean, she had to put colour in her hair. So I've got really bad genetics when it comes to producing more peroxide in the hair follicles. So some of the stuff that I do, like the taurine, seems to suppress some of that peroxidation and some of the other stuff. So I'm holding it under control. And also have this photo. I've shown you the genetics last time, my genetics. So I'm not going to search for them now. But anyway, people that are regulars know what I'm talking about. And I've also got photosensitivity. So when I go out in the sun, tend to go grayer as well for that reason. So I can only put it that I haven't gone as bad as my other relatives, all gone balding as well. I've got all that in my, I used to have thinner hair, but now it's really thick. Again, animal foods have sort of silenced those genes to some extent, so they're not as pronounced, where my other cousins are quite, let's say they've got all these bald patches. Yes. One of them's nearly getting a Friar Tuck type look. If they only went on a ancestral diet, they wouldn't have these problems. They don't listen. They just want their kibble and their little Friar Tuck sort of issues. What can you say with some of the rallies? Yes. No. Irrelevant. Hormones. You're going to have a big glass of milk, a massive glass of milk, a couple of glasses of milk, and you'll probably get something like 9 to 14 nanograms of estrogen. And it's not even estradiol, it's estrone. It's the weaker form, which is 4 or 5 times weaker, the estrone. And guess how much you produce every day of this hormone in your body, your own body. As a male, 53,000 nanograms. And women, 630,000 nanograms. It's irrelevant. It's a blick. It's not. It doesn't even register. Sort of. So that's irrelevant. Growth hormone is irrelevant as well, because different receptor can't even get into our receptor. Growth hormone receptor has completely irrelevant. So basically, it's all just bullshit. People used to consume shitloads of milk in the past. The Maasai consume shitloads of milk, have no problems whatsoever. It's more fairy tales by the naturopathic moronic, because most of the naturopaths come from a veganerized plant-based background. So what do you expect from that crowd? Just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Now, there is one thing that I did talk about. There is a casein that can actually bring in and a sort of a fraction that can bring in IGF-1, but very little, so little that it's irrelevant, because your body creates like it's this, and your body's creating like massive differences, even when you're in a ketotic state or fasted state. So it's so different, it's just completely irrelevant. But yeah, I don't know why people make so much fuss about nothing, because they've got agendas. That's why. I found kangaroo meat to be very reasonably priced today. No question, since apparently I'm a wild meat phobic and don't buy. Was that a mistake through? Eat what you enjoy. At the end of the day, you've got to make a carnivore diet work for you. So I like, some people just can eat steaks all day. I like to vary my foods: pork, steak, lamb, seafood, a bit of dairy. So I vary, eggs. Some people don't, so it varies. It depends on the person. But I actually prefer, kangaroo I don't really prefer on it. I prefer wallaby. Wallaby's much nicer as a meat, softer, much nicer. Yeah, where I find kangaroo's a bit too tough. Unless you basically like put it in a slow cooker and add some fat to it, yeah, maybe it works that way. But wallaby's much better, much nicer. It has a better flavor as well. So, Tracy's back. G'day, mate. How are things, Robbie? Always, mate. Always. It actually has a very little hormones. Yes, exactly. Yes. Anyway, is Sinclair being reductionist? Yes, he is, when endorsing to avoid sunbathing meat as they age. I think he's wrong, since longevity isn't only metabolism based, given that we are composed of organ systems. Exactly. He's an absolute reductionist. He's got no idea what he's talking about. He takes metformin, which causes deficiencies. He's a pill pushing, basically, person. Not only that, he doesn't even realize that if you take high doses of M&M, which is an NAD, and you've got a lot of, let's say, mitochondrial damage, or you've got basically some impedance of NAD to NADH in your inner mitochondria, what you can actually do is you can actually overload that part of the electron chain. Yes, you do need NAD to basically move the electrons across, to pass them along the complexes, but overloading the system, please give me let alone if you have too much, it impedes gluconeogenesis, it impedes lipolysis, it actually causes a lot of derangements in the body. Let alone it suppresses NAD38, which is in senescent cells a protective mechanism, so the senescent cells don't go rogue and become cancerous. So these people are playing with fire and recommending supplements that are contraindicated. So they may work in an animal model, but when you try to, even the reversal of aging, because metabolism is extremely high in rats, they have a very short lifespan. So their exposure, their mitochondrial density is very high throughout the whole life, and then they drop dead. Ours isn't. We have a much longer period, and we sustain far more mitochondrial damage, and then loading up that in old age, the mitochondria, rather than repairing them and removing senescence, is a really bad strategy. I'm into the game. You want to increase your NAD? Fix your mitochondria. fix your mitochondria, remove the old senescent cells with fisetin, do those things, and then your body will actually improve its NAD production. Without, and CD38 will actually decline as less senescent cells are in the system. So by taking these precursors at very high doses, you're suppressing you're suppressing CD38, a protective mechanism, and you're putting yourself at risk. We already know some of this stuff that gets pushed right through the salvage pathway is very much associated with certain cancer states. I think these people are playing with fire, and they're putting people at risk with reductionist nonsense. So he's an idiot. Sunbathing is bad. Humans have been doing it for thousands of years. Only if you've got seed oils incorporated in your because you've had the wrong fats in your skin, then you get burnt and you get damaged, and you're eating less pork and tuna and stuff like that are very high in niacin. This is the stuff that actually produces actual NAD naturally. By eating these foods, you get the niacin you need, very good amounts of niacin. That goes in and also repairs UV damage. So in the past, people used to cook in these animal fats and foods. They got those nutrients. They were much healthier. Plus, they could be out in the sun working all day. I can be outdoors if I get enough retinol in my system and niacin and stuff like that. My longest has been 6 hours without getting any burning, where before I couldn't even stay out for half an hour. That's the difference. So he's talking nonsense because he's ignorant. He's basically another specialist who thinks he understands other things as well. And mTOR only happens, this is the other thing. If you go back through the biological research, you'll find that in primitive organisms, we still find these primitive organisms deep in the ocean. IGF-1 and insulin are one and the same. There is no IGF-1. There is no insulin alone. They are the same. They are called insulin IGF-1 in these really primitive organisms that go way back to the early beginnings of life on this planet. Then they got separated. So they go in lockstep. So when insulin goes up, IGF-1 goes up. They like, one goes up, the other one goes up. One goes down, the other one goes down. They go in lockstep. So keep that in mind, that IGF-1 that they all talk about and insulin go in lockstep. The other growth pathway, which is mTOR, also goes up with these signaling molecules. Okay? Now, what's the insulin to glucagon in a fasted state? 0.8. What's the insulin to glucagon in basically a carnivore diet or a low carb diet where there are no carbohydrates at all in the system? 1.3. Got it? 0.8, 1.3. If you eat a potato diet, just spuds, it's 4 to 1. So your insulin, IGF-1, are lower on an all meat diet of 1.3 to 1 glucagon, and glucagon tempers down that other signaling. So where's the issue? Where's the growth path issues? There's just enough of muscle protein synthesis, which is driven by leucine signaling via insulin, and you only need a very small amount. The other stuff that they're talking about is when you engage the Randall cycle and you push up these growth pathways and these signaling, trying to force things in when the body's being overloaded with too much energy of both fat and sugar. It's completely, because he doesn't understand the Randall cycle, doesn't understand these things, he basically looks at the existing epidemiology, which is full of people eating a sad diet. And from the sad diet, he extrapolates that it's the meat that's the problem, because that's what the nutritional crackpots are saying. And he says, I'm an expert in my field as a biologist, so I expect them to be experts as well. But he doesn't realize they've been corrupted by the food industry. He's just doing basic research. You're not the same, mate. You're different. He doesn't get it. And that's why he needs to take metformin to keep down glucose levels and his insulin levels, rather than eating a steak. How friggin' ridiculous. Yes. What can one say? It's the leucine, and it's driven for muscle protein synthesis, and that's fine. It doesn't drive other growth stuff. Now, obviously, if you're in a cancerous state, that's a different thing. Go and see my video on cancer, and I'm going to do more, which hopefully I'll get the damn thing next week out that I haven't done yet, but it will come out. Nick, one of my mother's friends died a few months ago from a heart attack, and his family was not happy. It was put down as, yes, the C19 death. Yes, exactly. Look, it's the reality. That's why I go back to all-cause mortality, and I say, what's the all-cause mortality show? If these people, if most of the deaths have come from this, that these people claim, where's all the cancer? Where's all the heart disease? Where's all the strokes? Where's all these other things gone? What, they just magically vanished? What a load of nonsense and bullshit. In the past, if you had the flu or the common cold, they didn't put, oh, died from common cold or flu. No, they said died from heart attack. This is what I'm saying. There are a lot of shenanigans happening at the moment. That's why you have to go to the all-cause mortality, because they can't lie. They have to tell, this is the amount of people that died. You know, these are the amount of people that went through the mortuary. You know, I mean, if there was a three times, like in the 1918s, the 1918 flu, the Spanish flu, if it was similar levels to that, and they had, what would they be saying? The people that are putting people into the graves, they'd be saying all that other stuff where they said, oh, we've got too many people and we have to open up all these grave sites and all that. Remember all the propaganda? You never saw that in Europe. You never saw that in Australia. You never saw that anywhere in any other state in America. You only saw it in New York because it was staged, guys. The New York establishment there are basically misanthropist assholes who stage things. Everywhere else in the country in America, you never saw these mass graves appearing. You didn't see them in Europe, even in Italy, you didn't see these mass graves. You didn't see it anywhere. Yes, there were certain people that disproportionate died in certain areas, especially in villages. Yes, more older people died because in most villages you have more older people. And so the numbers went up in terms of the death rate in those villages. But the reality is that all-cause mortality around was very much just slightly above average. So I don't doubt that people died, but it was a bad flu season equivalent. It wasn't basically a 1918 3 times the all-cause mortality. You know, massive death rates back then. Massive birth rates as well that kept things into check as well. But massive death rates. You know, so, or the bubonic plague, a third of Europeans' population got completely wiped out. That's not what we saw. Those are pandemics. Ebola, that was a pandemic, a very lethal pandemic, but that was a pandemic. So, yeah, what we're being told is, let's say, very much creative, yes, propaganda. Yeah, look, excessive amount of anything isn't a good idea. I don't subscribe to paleomedicina's approach, encouraging on their website to tell people to eat shitloads of organ meats every day of the week. People never did that naturally. Even though Maasai or any other population will cut, like they'll go out and hunt, they'll cut a small amount and they'll share it amongst each other, small amounts like a multivitamin, you know? So having once a week liver is fine. Having every day, I think, is too much. And the body still needs to do a lot of other functions. And the older you are, it still needs to detox. It needs to do a lot of things. The last thing you want to do is overload it with a whole lot of minerals and things that it needs to basically either store or excrete. And especially today, we are not as healthy and don't have the mitochondrial density because we've done inappropriate diets. Remember, I always use the example. Mary Ruddock couldn't keep up with an 80-year-old running up a hillside, a Maasai 80-year-old. That person still got a lot of mitochondrial density and so has the capacity not only to generate the energy to build tissue and to metabolize food and stuff like that, but also to heal and to excrete things, excess or whatever. We, in many cases, if you've got half the mitochondrial density, what do you think you're going to do? You've got less capacity. To lose weight is much slower. That's why we all have all these plateaus and all that, and why I recommend very high protein type approaches to sort of force the damn stuff off. It's very, very different, our bodies. We've got far more damage sustained over a long period of time. We're not ancestrally from birth to death. We've had declines in mitochondrial. We only have to look at people that are ancestral. Their CD38 is quite low. They've got far less senescent cells. Our CD38 keeps on climbing up, and our NAD keeps on declining as we get older. That's not accidental. That's because we're doing more damage to our mitochondria because of inappropriate high deuterium foods and a whole lot of other things we've been doing for a very long time. So, yeah. So basically, we shouldn't be overloading ourselves. And I only recommend these sort of things with people that've got MS and other, that have got ALS, severe nutrient deficiencies to correct. Like Terry Walls used organ meats for that purpose. But I don't recommend it for general people. Most people, muscle meats are enough, and the occasional some eggs. They've got, like a whole animal, a couple of eggs, and occasionally having a bit of organ meats is fine. But excess amounts I don't recommend. Because I found more people with having problems rather than actually solutions. I don't see them, having, let's say a supplemental type or some organs and stuff like that, excluding heart. Heart, I've got no problems. High in taurine, very, very, very similar in all the other nutrients. It's just higher in trace minerals, which is really good because we don't get enough because we don't drink water, which has got, most water. I mean, this water that I've got is at low deuterium, the lower deuterium water that's at 9 parts per million less than tap water. Plus it has all that mineralization. When you put it in a pot, it mineralizes. This has got a lot of trace minerals. This is the sort of water we used to have, alpine water, this sort of stuff. And not a lot, but because you're supposed to hydrate with fat, not with water. You don't see people running around with water bottles in the native people, hunters. It's only us Westerners that are basically crazy because we're dehydrating ourselves with carbs. But the deuterium side, which I've explained at other times, I'm not going to do an explanation on that. But yeah. But there's a lot of nonsense that we do and say and whatever. Yes. Yes. Exactly. You could say it's the scapegoat. I hope you like the angle. Greeks, goats, the scapegoat. Yes. Definitely, there are too many issues. When I come from the hospital, the first thing I do, and I know it's crazy, but I basically will have a shower. I'll take all my clothes off, throw them in to be washed, and then I will literally, I'll spray myself with. I use a cleaning agent, which is white vinegar with water to wipe surfaces and all that. And I will actually spray that all over my body and wipe it all down because it gets rid of all the nasty, because the acidic bacteria, the ones that are beneficial, like the lactobacillus and all that, and I'll get rid of all that sort of stuff that, they're like the streptococcus and all that, I'll get that really properly removed and provide more acidity. Skin acidity is really important to basically for beneficial bacteria on your skin. Really, so I'll do that and then leave that for a while. I know it's smelly, and then basically I'll go and have a shower because you can only stand vinegar for so long. So, yeah, the crazy things that Harry does. Yes. Yes, because basically, even when I'm in the tropics, I actually will use I'll do a vinegar cleanse. Because I did get one septicemia, and there's no guarantee you're not going to. Don't get me wrong. If you cut yourself and then you get something from the environment, you fall down and you get something bacterial stuff going from the environment, not from your own skin and all that, you can still get it. Don't get me wrong, but it's one way of really making sure that the more beneficial bacteria are the stuff that's on your skin in that regard. Yes. Any other words? Any word on the so-called hemorrhagic virus that are emerging in Xi'an, China? For me once, shame me on you. I've heard about it, but I've got no information whatsoever. No information. And the other issue about the Delta Omicron sort of combination in Cyprus, that's just contamination. It's bullshit. I don't think it's real. You know, I think it's just completely bullshit. That one. About this one, I have heard something, but I don't know enough about it. Yeah. So I haven't had a chance to look into it with everything else, but I have heard about it. Somebody sent me not a message. So yeah, but I'll look into it. I've just haven't had time, because sometimes what people say and what really is the case is two different things. But at the same time, if there's not enough information, what can we say? It may not even be a virus. It may be a bacterial thing, unless it's identified. And if it's a local bacterial thing, it's probably not an issue. It can sort of be contained very easily. So yeah, depends. In Germany, being called a latter thinker is now on par with being called worthless scum. And that other thing ends up with Azzy. Okay, thanks to the media. No questions asked. That's only for the crazies. Okay. Really? Okay. Oh, well, I mean, you only have to look at what's happening in Austria, sort of old people are being forced, whether they like it or not. And also people are being fined whether you like it or not. So, yes. I've actually done a bit of lucid dreaming myself. So, and I've forced myself a couple of times. I sort of had to calm, sort of yoga type things help. And then putting yourself into this sort of very low, shallow. Yeah. Done it a couple of times. Once unsuccessful. I just fell into normal sleep. So it doesn't always work. Yes. What are you taking for that? HD, what are you taking? Exactly. I'd be doing the same thing, Shell. What did he say? Must be good shit. Let's put it that way. Oh. But I'm cuter than your dad. I am cuter. Why don't you support me on this? God, she actually says my father's cuter than me. God. Yes, I think we did. We did. I'm going to get a bit in the middle of the day. Yes. I realize that lateral thinking. Yes, it definitely is if you think outside the box, you're basically a crackpot. You're an evil man that wants to kill off grannies. Granny killer. Yeah, if you're a lateral thinker, yes, I understand. That's true. Those people have early onset carpal tunnel syndrome, which prevents them from searching PubMed. Oh, exactly. Forgot about being lateral thinker. Doesn't Australia have the same concept? Tall poppy syndrome. Yeah, we do have a tall poppy syndrome. Yes, if you're too arrogant in your smartness, yes, they want to knock you down. So you have to be humble with your smartness in Australia. Yes. I still try to be as humble as possible or as humorous as possible. That's the other technique. Don't take yourself too serious. It's an Australian thing. Yes, Auntie. Auntie Kitty. Grinds me seeing people walk around outside in 30-degree days, yeah, with basically a nappy on as well. It's like the nappy brigade out there. Yes, oxalates have an effect on connective tissue. Very bad stuff. Yes, bad idea to consume almond water, leafy greens, etc. at at an early age or any age. Look, I had massive amounts of oxalate. Remember that video that I did that I showed on the oxalate toxicity in bones, actually in little children, big oxalates in their bones. So, as I said, a lot of this is why these Maasai, these San people, these Hudsers, they can do all this sort of stuff. They can run up hillsides in their old age. You can do all that. They don't have, we've actually sustained a lot of damage. I've sustained a lot of damage. I mean, I had cardiovascular disease 11 years ago. I did plenty of damage to my body. That basically, I'm not bald or white or completely grey like my relatives, and basically I'm healthier than what I was 11 years ago, is because I literally did the reverse of what these crackpots were telling me for so long. Obviously, the only big mistake I did was this one, that the low carb crackpots told me, and that caused me some health problems in the last couple of years, and a couple of kidney stones, 4 kidney incidents. Once not hospitalized, 3 times hospitalized, twice surgical procedure to get the kidney stone out. That was, yeah. So believe me, and no thank you. What's wrong with grey hair? I'm a silver fox. Fair enough. Yeah. Oh, look, I've got genetics for it. I just photosensitivity, and I'm buggered, in that regard. So that I'm basically holding off so well compared to my relatives, So, and some of these hairs are actually light, because I do have it's not showing in the evening. You can actually see because now the sun's coming through. And so, as you can see on my face, the sun, so it's coming through, and it tends to make it lighter than it really is. So that's just normal. But I enjoy the sun coming through. It's just I like to get that signaling. So sometimes I remember it was so intense, I had to put my sunnies on because it was so bloody intense. But I don't mind it. But but it usually is not as light as it looks at the moment. But at the same time, it's still, I am 55. People keep on reminding me, you are 55 after all, Harry. Stop basically, being such a, yeah. But I just put it down that what's retarded and slowed it all down is really the carnivore diet, and the low carb diet has really slowed it all down and slowed down my hair loss as well, which was, I started getting all these really bald patches, and it started thinning out, and it started becoming concerning. I thought I was going to go bald eventually. That, like my dad's youngest brother, Dad's got a lot. Dad always cuts it very short because he's got a whole lot of patches. And when you cut it very short, you can't see the patches, but he has patches. He knows it. And he just basically cuts it really short to basically disguise the patches, because he's still got that roughness. And even if you've got more dense roughness or less dense roughness, you can actually see it. When I look at his head, you can actually see all these patches, but it's not obvious and he wears a hat as well to hide all that. So that's what he does. But I don't, but, and if I had, but he has improved since he's been putting more biotin in, more MSM, more taurine, more animal foods. His density has actually increased. He's surprised himself that nowadays he doesn't wear the hat as much often. He says, "Oh, my hair's actually is a bit thicker." I go, "Yeah, Dad, it is." So he's happier in that regard. But still, you're fighting against genetics. And remember, it takes about 3 generations to reverse the genetics in the other direction. So, yeah, to silence genes is really hard sometimes, even if you're doing it the perfect thing in that regard, It takes 3 generations to reverse any genetics. So Bart's got no hope. He's fucked. Our little bald mate across the pond. Remember the Benny Hill thing? I should tease him about that. Anyway, thanks for detailed answer. Not a problem. Yeah, indeed, came over. Yeah, I realise that. Please hit the subscribe button as well. I do have some really interesting stuff. I hope you find interesting. Go and check. There's a whole lot of things you can do on, high protein, or will kidney. Will high protein cause kidney damage? It doesn't. But leucine. That you don't need sugar, like the crackpot Ray Peats and the salad boys of the world, like Saladino and other things. I've got a video that covers leucine, Harry Serpanos leucine. It'll actually explain that even in a fasted state, if you put leucine, I call it a dirty fast, you can actually still build muscle protein synthesis. Yes. So it has always been leucine. It's always, the more meat you eat, the more muscular you become. That's been the experience of all the bodybuilders for years. It's leucine and more protein, obviously, but leucine's the key player here within the branched chain amino acids. Anyway, mine has always been dark, and recently some sort of true black, close to my dad's, with a slight dark blue tinge. Yep. Look, animal foods really are good in improving those sort of things. Unless you're fighting genetics, which is, my unfortunate situation. Oh, yes, that stuff. Oh, yes, definitely. Yes. I should do my other I've done one hypothesis video. I have that other hypothesis. I should do that other one on that issue itself, and, a magneto reversal. Yes, I should do that. Hasn't been covered. Yes, it can be quite high. She's my next door neighbour, to be more precise. I still prefer basically wallaby over kangaroo. That's a personal preference. Lived there for 3 years in Devonport. Looked at, would go back there in a heartbeat, but work is good here. Fair enough. Yeah. Look, you can always retire back here. So I've even got my ginger beer here as well. I should drink my coffee because it's actually going cold. It's 12 o'clock. I should have broken my time restricted feeding at 11, so I'm late. 12:07 Australian Eastern Standard Time, daylight savings, Hobart time. Yes, they are really fatty. That's what I liked about those sausages. That's why I bought that extra pack, because they're just full of white pieces, so much fat in them. They're going to be really enjoyable. Yes. I tried the other ones last time, but he didn't have that same one that he had last time. So, yeah, but I think these ones are going to be really nice. Yeah. I had half a cow from butcher, and they make sausages from me. I want them. No flour, exactly, 30% fat, and some herb work. Yep, it's about $12 so kilo for grass fed. That's pretty good. Yeah. And that's the sort of stuff, I sort of get them to. I've done that as well. I also, because one of the actual local guys down here is German. He actually makes German sausages specifically with his own herbs and stuff like that. So I usually enjoy those as well. There's a couple of things, around the place. I think people should have, I know a lot of people in the carnivore diet tend to be steak only, barbecue steak and nothing else, but I think variety, sausages. Hello Kitty actually showed me what she does is, the pork rinds, the unflavored stuff, the pork rinds that are on iHerb, where you can get the stuff. Just let me. Let me find. That's the one. King Good Wood. Oops. So that's the one there, which is the pork rind crumb. It's fried in pork. So as you can see, cooked in pork fat and salt. So there's no seed oils, any of that sort of crap. It's cooked in pork fat, in lard, basically, and it's salted. They've got some of the other herbal stuff and all that, but this one is basically unseasoned. I prefer the unseasoned for the simple reason that I can then play around with the seasoning myself in that regard. But if they do have other seasoning types and all that. So and the other non-seasoned stuff, some of the other seasoned stuff like this one here, that's the original. It's slightly cheaper at the moment. And this one, which is a peppery type, and that is an Italian style. So if you look at this, oops. bizarre how it does that. So this one has got in it the seasoning: salt, spices, paprika, mustard, onion powder, garlic powder, oleo resin of paprika. Still basically practically, because it's all fiber, it's got 0 carbs, so pretty much in that regard. So if you like those spices, and it's slightly cheaper than the unseasoned one, and you don't have to bother seasoning it then, if that's the option for you. This one, which is sort of contains salt, paprika, onion powder, garlic powder, white pepper, cayenne type pepper, which I suspect black pepper. Oh, they've got, it must be the other general variety, because you can get different types of peppers. Dried basil, black pepper, and dried thyme. And the final one, which is the Italian style, and this one here is it's seasoning, salt, spices, so it'll be general spices, like the oregano type and rosemary type and stuff like that. You can see the green stuff there, so it's probably oregano, bit of parsley, and also probably coriander and stuff of that sort, and rosemary, which is the general sort of stuff you get into that general Italian spice. So that's what they probably is. Parsley flakes, dehydrated garlic, and natural flavors. So, and that's pretty much 0 carbs. And so there are, those are the different options in that regard. I'll just pop those in there for people. I'll do it on the whole search thing, so then people can go to their individual one. So there are other sites. You can actually go to the actual company site, the Pork King Goods, and they have sometimes special deals, especially for people in the US. So if you go to their US site, they have special deals, and they also have free postage. If you're overseas, go through iHerb. But if you're basically not overseas, then yeah. So and I think this is the one. Yep. And this is the actual site in the US. And yeah, so free shipping within the contiguous US. So I'll basically just put that up so people can basically see it. So that's that one there. So yes, join the pork people newsletter and save 10%. So that's all their products that they've got. You can get bulk with different sales and different discounts, and free postage in the US when you buy these bulk things. So you can have your snacks and stuff like that. So whole lot. I'm not affiliated or anything, guys. I just buy this stuff myself. So if you want to use it, go for it. So now, what does she do with the actual crumb? She basically, let's say she's got any meat, whether it's fish, whether it's basically a steak, or whatever. She'll basically beat an egg. She'll basically have a large container. She'll put the meat in and just get egg on both sides, and then she's got a sort of a baking paper, and on that baking paper she's got the crumb, and so she'll just get the crumb to stick on both sides, and then she'll cook it. She'll fry it so you can get that golden brown on the outside, and then she'll put it in the oven and finish it off in the oven. So that's how she does it. And I've actually tried some of the stuff, and it's really nice. So, because sometimes a lot of people, sometimes chicken, people used to basically get crumbed chicken. But, obviously we don't want to eat gluten and flour and those sort of products with a crumbed fish or crumbed, because, the old fish and chips, you'd get the crumbed fish, or basically the old traditional way of the chicken with the flour crumb, you'd same sort of thing. Well, this is an alternative method for people to enjoy some of that with pork rind crumb on the outside. So, and I have to say to Hello Kitty, thanks for that sort of stuff, because she actually showed us how to do it, or showed me how to do it. Yep. And that's Gary's at his end. So, yeah, so basically, yes. I'm just saying that people should enjoy that sort of stuff in that regard. So why don't I eat wild? You can eat any wild stuff you want. Go for it. You can have any wild food. I encourage people to eat wild. I just say what I sort of like. I don't like. I'll have certain wild animals, like I'll have boar, like wild pig. I'll have basically something like, wallaby. I don't like kangaroo. I haven't tried the tail of kangaroo, so I'll hold off until I've tried the tail. Usually when we've killed a kangaroo, we just throw it to the dogs. I probably should have kept the tail and tried it, but anyway, I just haven't. It's a delicacy amongst the Aboriginal people, but in that regard, I would say, yeah. So don't fear wild stuff, So there's a lot of myths out there about wild foods and stuff like that. Now, there can be toxins in certain environments. That's a possibility. You need to find out from your own environmental protection agency in your country what sort of what's happening in your environment, because it's going to be different for every country. So I can't recommend or say something specifically for certain countries, because I just don't live in them and I haven't researched them. So yeah, market. Yeah, they got heaps of lard. They are really nice, really nice. G'day, Bruce. Good day. Your message about the video issue. Looking forward. Yep. Yeah, I had to delete it basically because it just basically ended up out of sync. So yeah, so it just has to be done again. Unfortunately, I'm out in the sun for about 45 minutes. I start to get burnt. Well, are we having seed oil treats, my dear? Are we? Are we? Are you a naughty boy on the weekends? This boy used to be. Are you looking at me with his ice cream addiction? So, are you, Robert? And I start to get burnt, and I eat healthy animal diets. I think you're a rare breed, Harry. No, mate. Even Hello Kitty, she used to get burnt as well, and a number of other people that I know. And let me put it this way: you may, if you've got an Irish background or stuff like that, you may have a poor beta carotene conversion. So you may need more retinol from cod liver, or because the matrix metalloproteinase, or MMP9, you know, 9, that one in particular is regulated in the skin by retinol. So if you're not getting enough retinol, you can get burnt. And if you don't convert carotenoids really well, you can get burnt. So you may need a bit more retinol. So remember the Rosita cod liver oil? Get that, balance it out with vitamin D because you're out in the sun, or you're taking a vitamin D supplement plus menoquinone 4, and you will be surprised. And eat a bit more pork because and something like tuna because it's got more niacin in it. That will also protect you. And then you'll get less burnt, or you'll be able to last for longer, I can tell you. Because I used to burn within 30 minutes, and I don't anymore. Yes, I would as well, Robert. I would. Or the easiest way to do it is actually getting cod liver oil. In some people find it easier, but it depends. Having a bit of extra liver will get you other nutrients as well, as long as you're getting sun, and also you're getting menoquinone 4 from the liver as well, which is good. It balances out the fat soluble vitamins, so, and vitamin E as well. So it's probably a good idea, but don't go crazy. Just through the summer periods when you're going out in the sun. It's a good thing to get into your system. Yes. I'm currently quite fucking stressed out, with the jabber issue and work and my job security. I'm not showing it, but my stress levels are through the roof. Yes. 5 years away from retirement and a lifetime pension, everything. I could lose everything. So, yeah, I'm very stressed at the moment. I'm maybe not showing it, but I'm, not sleeping as well either because I'm so fucking stressed. Yeah, these bastards are just, yeah. Anyway. Might take sometimes to rid yourself of complete. Yeah. If you've got stored PUFA, that's another thing. Yeah, you're right. Low dose vitamin E from Jarrow. You can get that on iHerb or Amazon as well. You need to do it up to 7 years, or 5 to 7 years, depending on your exposure to oxidized PUFA. Always comes back to that. So my problem with wild meat is that I don't know what that kangaroo or boar or whatever has been eating. I'm too careful. No, you're a hypochondriac, my dear llama. You're a hypochondriac. Just be honest with yourself. I used to be a bit of a hypochondriac at one period in my life as well. You need to sort of not think about this stuff too much. So, yes. Not getting rid of PUFA. We're talking about oxidized PUFA that may come from the diet, from a seed oil-based diet in the past, from plants and stuff like that. Yes. I'm not too concerned about 45, plenty of light, deep production to produce maximum biological effects. After that, seeing out the shade, no problems. Yep. Yeah, whatever works for you. Sometimes some people may be a bit more susceptible, a bit more sensitive, their skin. But I would say that I would suspect if you've got an Irish background, it's the vitamin D. It's definitely the vitamin. The retinol. It's definitely the retinol conversion. Went to have a walk this morning for 3 hours. I think I got enough. Yes, I think you did. I mean, we were out for 1.5 hours. So in the morning, and then I'll midday be another hour, so 2.5. I may do a longer one. I may go over to Dad's. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. If I go up depending on which way I'm going to go, because it's otherwise too far to walk back to Dad's place. Yes, latitudes are very important. Yes, they are. The intensity of the sun here tends to be higher. Sometimes we can get up to 11 or whatever. It's... Remember, that circle that we are rotating on is on an axis. And it's in a slightly, not circular, a slightly elliptical orbit, slightly. And when we have our summers in the southern hemisphere, we're slightly closer to the sun than the northern hemisphere is. That's why the sun here, one, is more intense, but also the brightness is more pronounced. Anybody that's lived in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere will attest that in the southern hemisphere, the light or daytime light is much more bright than in the northern hemisphere. Again, because we're not on a flat earth, we're on a, yes, rounded and on an angle. Yes, that's why. Yes, another way of disproving the flat earth nonsense. Yes. Massive shenanigans have been there for very start 24 months ago. Yep, exactly. Say more. Yes. Unfortunately, yes, people have been brainwashed quite. If you tell people a lie multiple times every single day, day in, day out, show them emotive stuff on the media. I mean, Goebbels understood this. This is mass propaganda. I mean, it was very well developed by the Americans before the Second World War and the Germans before the Second World War. They pioneered propaganda using film because we are a very visual animal. And we had to be, because we had to see our predators. This is a reptilian part of the brain back here. We had to notice things in our environment. This is why I say, if you want to stop having your mind manipulated, you need to turn off the TV. I'm not kidding you. You need to turn off that shit and not look at it, because that is a propaganda machine that is brainwashing on a day-to-day basis. And you need to do your own research to understand what's happening around the world and not allow that to get into your head. That's been getting into the heads of too many people and brainwashing them, because we're receptive. We're receptive to visual cues. We see a mass grave and we say, God, there must be millions dying. But the reality is the all-cause mortality in America was 0.1 difference from the previous year, and the previous year, another 0.1, and the previous year to that, another 0.1, which is statistical noise. It's very little to nothing. But we see an emotive image and we think the world is ending, because that's how our brains work. They were localized. Remember, our brains were designed for local threats in the environment. So when we saw a whole lot of pack of animals are ready to charge at us, we consider that as an ultimate existential threat to our life and death. Now, when we see the same image on the TV, we have the same feelings. Oh, look how many people are dying. It's the end of the world. That is why images are so powerful. That is why I show research. I don't show a lot of imagery, and I explain it and talk to you. I have a conversation, an intelligent conversation, because I treat you with respect. I don't show you emotive images, to try and no science, just all these emotive images to bullshit you, like showing, like a lot of videos they'll show these young people and all that and happy. It's a bit like the commercials, smoking and being healthy and running around as if smoking is that healthy. But your brain is being manipulated. It's subliminally manipulated. And that's how it operates, unfortunately. I say to people that most people nowadays, they wouldn't get off their asses to rebel or to argue against these things. they're there with their kibble looking at bullshit on the screen. They are already, forget about the meta life or metaverse, plugging into the so-called metaverse matrix or whatever. These people are already in the general verse matrix, the TV, the old-fashioned matrix. They're already plugged in and brainwashed. So, yeah, it happened a long time ago. What's happening now is next level sort of brainwashing and control. That's the only difference. It's been happening for a very long time, I can tell you. If you go back before the TV, before the cinema were invented, all these sort of stuff, people were more rebellious back then. In the 19th centuries, 18th centuries, you find rebellious people. We come back into the forward periods, and we have basically, high levels of energy and productivity, which give us a lot of better living standards, and a lot of kibble and a lot of TV and movies and stuff like that, and we're hooked. We're getting our dopamine hit, and we're getting those momentarily happy plugs, and basically we go, and we're so happy. We're deluded, basically. Most people are. They basically work their asses off. Basically, all they do is work, eat, sleep, and listen to nonsense. That's the life of the modern person. And getting the latest and greatest little trinkets so they can say to their other, woke middle-class friends, look what I've got the new little thing now. Yeah, basically, that is the level of basically evolutionary advancement of the human race. Basically, consumer junkies, consumer moron junkies, basically. Yeah, that's what we've ended up. Yes. I don't think we're going to see another Einstein, another Niels Bohr, or any of these great thinkers, because basically our education system and our society just isn't conducive in producing these sort of things. We're venerating the cooks, and we're venerating basically having idiots on social media and idiots on TV, and we're venerating those. And if you go back to the end of even the Roman Empire, it was the cooks that were, people were prostituting, like on OnlyFans, prostituting their daughters, and basically going to the gladiatorial games to basically not worry about the future. So that was, yeah, it looks very similar, doesn't it? A decay, a moral decay. Yeah, we can see that. A financial decay, we can see that. It's just, the signs are there. But most people are so caught up in they won't know what hit them when it does change and goes bad in a couple of years. I did say 2025, the world would go to shit completely. It could happen earlier. We'll see how it all plays out. I hope it does. And I hope I'm completely wrong, to be honest. But yeah. Taurine really helps in being chemoprotective. So you're going to have chemotherapy, have plenty of steaks, or take a taurine supplement. I've already done the video. There's a video actually explaining that, one of my videos. I've covered it. Taurine is chemoprotective to the cells from oxidative stress and stuff like that. It's to the brain as well. It actually calms down the brain and reduces oxidation in the brain. So eating a steak a day will literally keep the doctor away, So yes, but that's my personal opinion. YouTubia Mafia. I say to my dear friend, the YouTubia AI, that is my personal opinion. It's not medical advice, and take it as you like. Just need to cover myself. Yes, the little AI gets really upset with me so often. Yes, so basically it's the modern day diet that really has created these conditions. So, and I've already done a video on, I'd rather people take low deuterium water and basically do other things rather than chemically or radiation irradiating themselves. But I'll leave that. That's for people to personally make their own choices on that. If they want to go down that allopathic pathway, I always say make sure your taurine levels are very high, and your vitamin D levels are very high. You need a very strong immune system to protect yourself from that sort of shit. But it's your choice. I've had people that have come back to me after they've had twice that sort of shit, and they're so damaged that their mitochondria don't function anymore. They're in sort of glycolysis sort of state, and potentially at risk of relapsing again. So, yes, there are better ways of fixing the problem. I'll be doing more videos on cancer. I'm doing a series. I've done one critical one. Then there's the Pfizer and the senolytics. Very important of getting rid of the damaged cancer cells or cells that are basically senescent that could potentially become cancerous. So go and look at that sort of stuff. And so Harry Serpanos, Pfizer, Harry Serpanos, cancer, and you'll get some information that will help you out on that front. But this is not medical advice, mate. This is my take down on this sort of stuff. And you have to do your own research, and it's your own body, and you have to make your own choices. I can't make them for you or for anyone else. Also, is it possible that repeated sun exposure protects the skin? Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. That's true. You get more melanin, and that sort of as your skin darkens a bit, you actually become a bit more resistant. That's why people in Africa are very dark skinned, exactly because they're out for so many hours. That provides them additional protection. So maybe that's what sun enthusiasts are seeing rather than due to removing. Well, it is seed oils as well, because they can incorporate in your skin, making your skin more vulnerable to damage. They increase the matrix metalloproteinases. So UV radiation increases matrix metalloproteinases, but so does seed oils that create toxin and actually increase. So your liver will generate more MMP9 and will send it to the skin area and express it, which means that it will degrade the collagen and make it more. And if you've got too much MMP not being regulated, you can actually have, rather than cell turnover, you can have cell funny growths, collagen derangements in the skin. So it's really important. If you want really high quality skin and all that, you need to regulate those, and that is vitamin D and retinol that regulate those, and menaquinone 4 is the other one that also assists in the regulation of these matrix metalloproteinases. And the other thing that actually improves the cellular function to deal with the damage is niacin. And niacin is basically in things like pork and in things like tuna and other types of animal foods. So that's the sort of stuff you need. Okay, I understand to be corrected, but I believe that organization changed the definition of, yes, that sort of pandemic, excluded a reference to mortality. Yes. Oh, yes, very much a coincidence. How could you be? Why are you such a, don't you think this organization is just so pure and perfect? What is wrong with you, Raymond? Yes, I thought death was the actual marker of whether some sort of disease is really bad or just, normal, background, seasonal, whatever. Yes, the death rate really indicates whether something is or isn't. And if you've got normal death rate, background death rate levels, where's the great killer? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I need to be redefined. Yes. Yes, it's absolute nonsense. Yes, that's solar callus. You've got plenty of that because you've been outdoors for quite a bit. Shit, Harry, don't you recommend eggs every day? Yeah, I do. If people want, I don't tell people how to eat. Gary, I don't tell people how to eat. I don't do what Harry eats in a day. Oh, you need to follow my way of eating. I just tell you, eat nutrient-dense foods, animal foods, and you'll be much healthier than most people. So, I'm not your little daddy spanking you and telling you, or I'm not part of the the carnivore police, like the vegans have, trying to tell you how to live your life. I don't give a shit. It's your life, your body. What you do with it is your freedom to do, your God-given freedom to do whatever you like with your body. But if you do the wrong things, the inappropriate things, then you'll pay the consequences. But that's your fault, and you have to take responsibility, especially when you have the knowledge. But what you eat exactly, I don't eat eggs every day, and so I actually require choline because I can't convert the damn thing from methionine to choline in my body. So I need to actually get exogenous from the diet. I need to get choline. So if I'm not eating eggs on the day, I will basically take a choline supplement. But if I am, I don't. So it depends. But yes, my requirements are a bit different. I'm one of those 2 to 3% of the population. I think generally globally it's 2 to 4. Northern Europe, I think it's 2 to 3. It's a small amount of people that can't actually convert methionine. Most people can. They can convert methionine to choline, support one methylation pathway, choline betaine, and then the others can actually go from choline go straight across to folate. And because animal foods like meat, steak has both B12, B6, a very good source of B6, very good source of riboflavin as well. The only thing that if you need eggs for, is folate. But if you can do the conversion right through, you don't even need eggs. You can get it from methionine right through. They can produce it from choline. So Bob's your uncle, so to speak. And the majority of the population can do that. So you can have a steak-only diet, not a problem. You can get enough folate, and you're not going to be folate deficient. Going to be fine. And you get enough riboflavin to support if you've got an MTHFR problem, to support that genetic. Just some of us special, rare people really need to eat the real shit, whether it's liver or eggs to get, the people living in that area that I come from, my father comes from, were very high consumers of organ meats. And so I think we down-regulated some of this stuff because we got so much from the diet. So my requirements for organ meats are much higher than the average person out there. That's why I don't recommend for the average person. That's why I don't recommend what I eat. I've got specific genetics. So why would you eat like me? You don't have the same genetics. So the requirement isn't there. So I don't have the same genetics when it comes to carotenoids compared to Irish, which are very poor converters of carotenoids. So yeah, you got to have a bit of background on your genetics, your ancestral roots as well. What are they eating? Your grandfather, your great-grandfather. It will give you a gauge of what you should be consuming as well. So yes, following influences on. That's why I will not. I deliberately do not do what I eat in a day, because my information is science-based. My information is to basically criticize the crackpots and expose them for what they are and all that. Mine isn't to tell you how to live your life, and mine isn't basically to tell you what to eat in a day. You're big enough, boys and girls, to basically make those choices for yourselves, appropriate choices. Anyway, yeah, I do. I'll be honest, I do. So that's the reality. Uh, some people don't. My father, which luckily he actually has 3 to 4 eggs a day. Sometimes he'll have 8 eggs a day. He'll have just religiously. He's been doing it for years. Not now, for years he's been doing it. He's just added more meat now, but he used to eat a lot of eggs in the past. A bit like that old geezer was eating, not to the same level, 25 eggs, but still used to consume quite a few eggs. So Dad's been doing eggs for a long time. And good that he has, because he's got the same genetics as me. Otherwise, he would have had health problems like me. But luckily he was. My sister had asthma. My younger sister and my older sister also had asthma, both because they got the same genetics. I had bronchitis touch asthma, and I used to get a lot of bronchial issues, again, because I had mild bronchitis where they had asthma. Now, none of us have any of this sort of stuff. Again, the choline, because you need choline and palmitate for lung surfactant for proper gas exchanges. And that's called structural asthma or structural bronchitis. But we've eliminated it completely because of the choline. Now we know what is required. Lung surfactant is made of 2 things primarily, choline and palmitate, which is a saturated fat, which everybody demonizes. And you wonder why asthma rates are through the roof. Surprise, surprise. But anyway, and vitamin D levels regulate the collagen degrading enzymes inside the lungs, which is very important for proper lung function. I wonder what we've been doing to the little kids. We've been putting cream on them so they don't get any vitamin D. We haven't been supplementing them cream because we think it's toxic. Then we basically make sure that they don't have any saturated fats or minimal. They don't eat eggs or anything like that because that's all cholesterol. So basically, you wonder why the asthma rates are through the roof nowadays. It's not rocket science. But unfortunately for the crackpots out there, apparently it is. It must be something else. It must be your genetics. So a whole lot of other genetics your grandfather didn't have, your great-grandfather, your mother didn't, but you have, and then it's genetics. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? God, what can one say? There, you mentioned vinegar wash. Someone with release a product with your face on it, a vinegar bar of soap. Oh, you never know. Luke, you probably will. You'll probably set up a factory in Brazil selling the damn product. See, he's already laughing all the way to the bank. Hey, I hope I get some royalties this way. Yes, we know. You and my father religiously consume eggs. Yes, you're basically like eggs aficionados. Oh, well. It's all the sulfur, mate. You got some vegan friends? Go around, entertain them, share the farts. Oh, he's a beast, but he's a big boy as well. Yeah, Robert is a big boy. Yes. Yes. If we, I wouldn't be too wound up about it. That one, yes. Plenty in muscle meat. Yeah, they are cheap. Look, they as a protein source, they're packed full of nutrients. That's true. They've got more nutrients per gram than meat has. Let's be honest. And bioavailability, bioutilization, the utilization of meat, of protein from eggs, much higher than any other animal source. The highest, 49% utilization. It's the highest. You can't get higher. Eggs are king when it comes to protein utilization. The their combination, the amino profile is so perfect that it's supposed to create an animal, basically. So yeah, it's really good in that regard. So we, got to be honest about everything, even though I should probably consume more, but I don't. Yeah, yes. Very much so. Yes. You got to have great visualization skills for complex geometry. Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. God, I like omelets, but egg white omelets I tried once, and I go, because I was drinking a whole lot of raw egg yolks, and I had leftover whites, and I said, I'll actually try an egg white omelette, and I'll put some herbs in it and all that. And I tried it, and it was, yeah, it really, you need a yolk in there. You need some yolk for, otherwise. Exactly. The taste is really in the yolk. Let's put it that way. Yes, the Betty Hill classic. You'd kill me after. You'd hunt me down. Yes. Lukey's always got I used that pork rind crumb before. Good stuff. Yeah. They have different flavors. Yeah, look, it's yes. Yeah, they are. They're great. And so I think, look, because people have, it's not only, I mean, why should the kids get all the fun? Let's put it this way. Let's be just honest about this. Why should the bloody little kids get all the fun? Because some people sometimes, I used to occasionally have a chicken schnitzel, which is basically crumbed chicken breasts. You can't, obviously, if you're doing a carnivore diet or a low carb diet, you can't do that. But using this sort of stuff, you can actually go back to actually creating your own chicken schnitzel with pork rind and using the egg to basically coat it on both sides so you can get the pork rind to stick. We can enjoy the same sort of stuff, but in a healthier way. So, and the thing is, you can, kids, you can provide them this sort of stuff with crumbed foods, which are healthy, with healthy fats and stuff like that. So, yeah, you can really make these without having problems with kids, and you can get more fat for them, which they need terribly for their brains that are still growing and developing and need a lot of fats. So, we always talk about DHA, but you remember the PUFA part of your brain, there's about 55% is arachidonic, is omega-6, and because there's a bit of LA as well, not only arachidonic acid, but the other half is basically 40. It depends. It's about 45 to slightly higher. It depends on it. It can vary slightly, but only marginally. But about the other half is DHA. So why do we all talk about DHA being important, and we ignore that we still need? And in all the other tissue around the body, it's 11 times difference in all the other cells, arachidonic acid to DHA levels. So, I'll do what my genetics tell me. I won't do what the crackpots out there telling me about, balancing. The only time you have to balance actual omega-6s, omega-3s is when you're eating them from plants and you can't convert properly. You have conversion issues. But if you're getting them from real food, you usually get the DHA from animal food, so you don't have to convert nothing, and you leave the conversion pathway just for the LA. for linoleic acid. And then you also get some arachidonic acid from the animal food, and the rest will get converted to mostly arachidonic acid. You still need some linoleic acid, so but the body will just prioritize the omega-6s for conversion, since you don't need to convert the omega-3s because you're not getting any. So it's only a problem if you're on a veganerized diet, not for us. So yeah, pretty much. And our tissue needs more in terms of arachidonic acid anyway. Bodybuilders used to actually supplement. There's an old actually bodybuilder secret at supplementing arachidonic acid for healing. So it's ridiculous. And then our community demonizes omega-6s coming from animal foods. Cognitive dissonance beyond the joke. So yes. Yeah, that's true as well. Everybody's sort of at home. Oh, I'm going to order this, and then I'm going to have my little snack, and I'm going to watch my little TV show, and be told, oh, this is the lifestyle that I need. Yes, I know the feeling. They got on pork, the 3 flavors, pork and fish fillets. Okay. What about the others? Because the last one you gave me was pork chopped to try. That was actually nice. I've primarily just done it with the fish. All the fish that I've got, the hockey, all the other fish, and also I actually even tried it on the tuna steaks. Yeah, quite nice actually on the tuna steaks. I thought that it wouldn't combine really well with the tuna steaks. I sort of said, should I be doing this? Because I usually just put on top of the tuna steaks just butter. I'm going, I don't like ghee on, but I do like butter. And then I actually tried it with, it actually is quite nice. I was surprised. But I noticed the one that I put more salt and pepper on it, the pepper, it actually made it better. So, yeah, but that's my preference. Other people may not like that style, but yeah. Yeah, me too. These guys are basically, they're a smaller company, a family company that actually produces that product, and they cook it in lard, in animal fats, traditional pork rinds. All the commercial ones are all in seed oils. They're all toxic shit. So, that's why they're so cheap, because they're low quality and they're in seed oils. So, yeah, say no more. And they've got a whole lot of fillers to make up the weight. They don't tell you that. They put in flour and other things, baking agents and stuff like that, to bulk it up, bulking sort of factors in all this commercial stuff. They're really devious like that, the companies. They bind it with, a bunch of arseholes. But anyway, that's how they work. That's how they make their money, at the health expense of others. Yeah, I sort of do. I don't. I do have an Amazon account. I have rarely used the Amazon account. I don't want that arsehole basically getting my money. If I need to keep it, it's very rare. I had to use it to get my earthing stuff because I couldn't actually find it on any other bloody site. And even on the actual official site, it got sold out. So I had to buy it from Amazon, the earthing stuff that I actually put on my shoes. So that I had no option. But I try to keep down to a minimum, how much I put through that guy's business. Because he's an arsehole as well when it comes to, the future. And he's part of, this reset Let's not forget. So let's try to minimize how much we support Basil and his that arsehole and Gates and whatever. So keep that in mind. I've used pork, chicken and pork. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's good stuff. And if you know, and for younger children and all that, it's really good to use that sort of stuff. G'day, Elizabeth. Hi, how are you? What do you think about hydrolyzed gelatin? Waste of money. The one that comes in powder. Yep. I put it in my hamburger for collagen effects. Don't need it. This is another thing about the collagen supplement industry. Not required. And the thing is, you have to remember, let me explain something about collagen. It's not a complete protein. It doesn't have remember, your body will denature all the proteins to basic amino acids. Then it will take that amino acid pool into the body, and then it will rebuild proteins and tissue. So the body, if it's not getting the full complement of amino acids, the utilization will be lower. All these fancy things that they supposedly do things is when you get it into the stomach, in an acidic stomach, it gets denatured. Otherwise, it's reactive in your body as a foreign protein. So that's the whole purpose of your body, to break it down and then utilize the basic building blocks. So really what you want is the best food, which has got very high levels of collagen amino acids, is egg white, or eggs. Whole eggs have got the best profile in terms of amino profile. You don't want the collagen part, the white part only, because that actually bioavailability drops, because it doesn't have some of the other branched chain amino acids sufficiently in some of the other essential amino acids. So you need to basically have the best collagen, the best protein source, to basically, which will be able to build the best tissue, is that from eggs. So some of the bodybuilders get what is called dry egg powder in that regard, and that dry egg powder can be used for that purpose. Now, I'm not saying throw it in the garbage, no, but you know, the best sources for the amino acids that you need to build your muscle skeletal structure is basically eating steak and eggs. That's all you need. Look at all those bodybuilders. They built beautiful, big, massive, strong bodies eating steak and eggs. Did they take any powders? No. The modern ones do, but I'm talking about the historical ones. No. So you don't need it. It's expensive. Also, the other thing is, when you process protein, you actually increase the deuterium levels. And that's not a good thing either, especially if it's low utilization, which means more of it may become a precursor in gluconeogenesis, which means that it will be used to produce glucose, but it will be high deuterium glucose. Do you understand the difference? Where if you're getting it from fat, from glycerol backbone, it's lower deuterium sugar. Sugar levels have different deuterium levels depending on how they've been created. They're not all the same. Not all sugar is made the same. Some sugar can be up to 160 parts per million. Some sugar can be down to 145. It can be very different. So, yes, very important. And protein tends to be higher. Like protein from an animal is about, but we don't oxidize protein. We oxidize fat. So, yeah. So basically, since we're oxidizing fat, and we're not oxidizing, it's not an issue. But if you take it in a powder form, your body may end up using it for other purposes. So, got a little thing in my throat. Anyway, so no, don't waste your money. If you've got some, use it. mix it up in food or whatever, your hamburgers or stuff like that. Once you've finished, don't bother buying anymore. You don't need it. Just eat steak and eggs. You'll be fine. Hamburgers, which is from an animal source anyway. So, yeah. We waste our money on too many things in that regard. And when you process protein, it actually pushes the deuterium up even higher into that of sugar. So if you end up gluconeogenically converting that, yeah, not a good thing. And with a powder, because it's not like from a real food that it slows down in the uptake is a bit more, and it's not the profile is, and some of it, more of it will be used for gluconeogenic precursing. So I do have an issue with the stuff. Yes. Yep. That was in regards to the other comment. Taurine actually improves, reduces, so eating more steak or eating more meat actually reduces, basically, it actually breaks down histamine, to be honest. It's a video I haven't made yet. So it's only people that have low intake of taurine or low intake of meat that usually in a low carbohydrate state can sometimes in a keto state have these problems. But usually it's very rare in carnivores that are eating quite a bit of meat. Unless there's some other issue that needs to be resolved. That can be, another health issue like bile flow, like a gallbladder issue and all that, because bile is very important in cleansing and removing and reducing. So it can be a methylation issue as well. Your methylation isn't working properly because you're not getting certain substance due to certain genetics. So it can be a number of things. It is a video that I haven't done yet, but I will be doing that will cover all these complex interactions. But yes, I don't know when I'm going to do it. I'm not going to promise anymore. I'll do it when I do it. You'll have to wait. Simple as that. And I'm not giving too much away at the moment because there are other people that do listen and do want to basically get their heads up before me. And I always have a very different spin, I'll tell you, spins on things, because a lot of people have looked at the reductionist approach and got everything completely wrong. So you've seen some of my recent videos, how I've pulled apart some of the thinking that people have. Yeah, unfortunately, people succumb to reductionism. It's like the Ray Peat crowd as well. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes. You're going to get a spanking. You're asking for it. I will prioritize what I remember, what I don't remember, my dear. If it's low priority, I don't remember it. God. In Mexico, pork is the most eaten meat. Actually, we used to eat their coagulated blood. We put it inside tripe, like a type of sausage, and it's delicious. It's called moronga. Let me try and pronounce that again. Moronga. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Moronga. Yeah. And moronga. Maybe I now pronounced it correctly. And yes, so in Greece, yes, pork was the primary. My father used to lard with his mother. So yes, it was for most people in America, the US, in Cincinnati, it used to, this is in the Ohio state, Cincinnati. It was basically it was called Porkopolis. Remember I did that video ages ago? Basically, Americans used to cook everything in lard, which is the lowest deuterium. This is the thing. So even when people ate some carbohydrates, because they were having such a low deuterium fat, which was 100 and 15 parts per million. So even if you were to eat a pure carbohydrate, getting 104, like glucose, 145 parts per million plus 115, and you divide that by 2, that's 130. That's the safe zone. And you're deuterium depleting because you're in the sun. So you can actually see how you can get below the 130. So you can actually have like half your diet coming from carbohydrates, cooked in pork fat, with a bit of meat here or there, being outdoors, depleting deuterium, and having less mitochondrial damage than somebody today who's eating seed oil stuff, who's having 200, so 145 for the glucose, 115 for the lard, the pork fat. You divide the two on a one, like gram to gram. We're not talking about here energy. We're talking about, stupid calorie in, we're not a bomb calorimeter. So basically just looking at the amount of in terms of volume that's coming in, 50% of the volume coming from one and the other, more or less, with a bit of meat. And immediately, and I know people back then ate more meat than they eat today, so let's not bullshit ourselves, because there was no refrigeration back then. You couldn't actually, it was animal foods primarily that people consumed, with some seasonal plants, and some tubers in between, but they had small amounts, like small amounts of rice in Asia, but they worked physically hard and depleted all that glycogen. That's the reality. And they're out in the sun depleting the deuterium from those foods. But if you go on a one-on-one basis, which is not the case, but I'm being very, very, you could say, generous to the carb side, you're still basically down to 130 parts per million, which is the cutoff. Then you're also depleting because you're out in the sun, 19 parts per million per hour. So automatically you're going to be below the 130. You're in the safe zone. So back then you could consume some of this sort of stuff and you're in the safe zone, when combining some carbs with this and the lifestyle and all that. And you're earthing because people walked around in the dirt. So very different compared to today. And yes, people did eat these sort of things. Unfortunately, they don't anymore, and that's why their health's gone to hell in a handbasket. Yes. Are you trying to force us at my company as well? You haven't gone as far as making, yes, the unjabbered, wear masks. Oh, yes. Nappies, my dear, nappies. I mean, I use it. I use the same. People say, "Oh, you need to change the damn thing." I mean, when I ever go down to Salamanca, they actually provide me with a new nappy each time. So I just get the new nappy and I use that for a couple of days and throw it away. And I just use it when I go into stores occasionally, because they won't allow you. They'll kick you out. I still need to get food. It's annoying. But, the nice thing is once you go past the entrance, you can actually pull it down. And if somebody comes and says, "Oh, look, I was just basically had to pick my nose," or whatever, they usually leave you alone. They don't even notice. The other patrons around, as you're walking past them, they look at you funny. And then when you go to the counter, you put it up again and go to the counter. It's just ridiculous what we have to do. I just can't bother the hassle. I've had literally security guards following me and tapping me and forcing me out of the store and stuff like that. And even though I don't, if people want to basically be continually frustrated with the security guards, don't wear a nappy. But unfortunately, we still need to go and shop and stuff like that. And the world is just crazy. And sometimes I go with other people, and those people are just going to be basically, well, what do you do? It's their business. So they can still kick you out, and you can jump up and down, but if you can't get any food whatsoever, then it's not an option. At some point you need to get food. It's just friggin' crazy, but it's driving me up the wall. But as much as I don't have to, I avoid it, and I just occasionally pop it on when I see one of the guards or whatever, and that's just basically to get them to leave me alone. What do you do? We shouldn't have to live like this, but yeah. Yeah, I know. It's good that that's actually happened, and I hope that actually, sort of motivates other governments around the world to ease off, and some other spineless judges to basically grow a backbone and start knocking some of this shit down as well. So yeah, because yes, I think we're all sick of it, and I'm stressed out of my mind with my job security as well. So not friggin' happy. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we know you're a hog. You're like me. Well, actually, the biggest hog in the carnivore community is Sean Baker. He's a true hog, a wild hog as well. He'll eat anything it's got a label meat. I thought I was a Hoover until I saw a meat Hoover. Until I saw Sean, down shitloads of steaks in one session. Shit, that's high. Bloody hell. Ooh. Yeah, look, sometimes in some areas you can actually get. It depends. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, it is in some areas. You'll find I've actually found Scotch fillets that are basically 20, 25 bucks, per kilo, and then you go to one of these specialty stores, and it's actually in that range, 45, 50, and I go, what? Are you kidding me? And they're both from Tasmania, grass fed, grass finished. We don't have grains down here. You go, yeah, I know. It's getting crazy all over the place, and it depends on the food supply as well. So where you're actually sourcing it from as well. So even here we can have some really strange pricing. You go, what the hell is going on? Yeah, that would be a sirloin steak here in the US. That a cheaper cut here, 52, very expensive. Damn. Shit. I can get a sirloin steak down here for about 25, 29 bucks. Shit. That is high. And that's Australian dollars, which is even less. But then you have to consider price purchasing power, PPP, which is probably similar. But yeah, that is really expensive, considering what the price purchasing power, the wages to GDP over there are much lower compared to Australia. So yeah, it'd be like 70 bucks here. Shit, that's expensive, Shell. God almighty. That's what happens when you get the kibble culture on steroids and displaces actual real animal foods. The animal foods become very expensive. Australia is lucky in the sense we're a small population of 25 million, and we produce more lamb than you can poke a stick at, more beef than you can poke a stick at, more pork than you can poke a stick at. Basically, more of any animal food compared to any other country in the world, and that is why we can still get quite, and New Zealand as well. Yes, they eat their relatives over there, bloody cannibals. Oops! Oh, don't do that, Harry. Oh, okay. Don't know why I did that. I'm going to show this. This is one of Loki's. The new one. Let's put it up. And I'll knock myself Anyway. Thanks, Lucky. Always a pleasure, mate. And okay. Yes, they do use different naming conventions. I've sometimes mentioned certain cuts of, and then people sort of who are from the States usually look at me strange and go, what did Harry just say? Yeah, so yeah, that, yeah. Yeah, I'd have to Google it. Oops. Let me just save that in my folder, as I always do. Otherwise, I'll forget to do it. And images. And YouTube images. Done. And some of the boomers seem to think, it's just genetics. Yes, exactly. Oh, look at the bullshit. One generation is genetics. I mean, yeah. G'day, Bruce Lee. How are you? Oh, how do I do that? Yes. It tastes like a Scotch fillet sirloin. Yep. Okay. I'll have to probably actually check these and find out exactly what they actually, the different languages and all that. Yeah, I know. It's that other guy, the stuff that we got, 0. So that traditional bacon, I'm gonna. That was nice. That's why I grabbed part of that, because I've tried both that and the other one from the Signet butcher. So I actually like both. I can't decide which one I like the most. Probably the Signet one I probably just like a bit more because of the way it's smoked. So it's probably the thing. I have to say I like that smoky type. Yes. Yes. Nothing like eggs. Yes. You could do the record, 25 eggs a day. Go over 30. I think he got 30. It was on average 25 eggs a day, but this is decades, this old geezer. But he did occasionally 30 eggs. So if you get over 30 eggs, then you've got the you've done it. And if you can sustain it for a whole year, then you can definitely crow that you basically ate more eggs than that old geezer. Yeah, they do, unfortunately. We actually found a lot of stuff in the past that was actually really good in the supermarkets. And then over time they just remove them and remove them. Even some treat stuff. I mean, this is sort of the last one, because of erythritol and stevia and no other garbage, but but it won't last for long before they get rid of this one as well. So let me just finish off my coffee. Okay, that's done. We're going to shift to the other beverage, or ginger beer, or ginger beer flavored, to be more precise. Yeah, I know. You got issues with flavors. Probably not the best things, but I have to have some treat. She gives me a hard time. I've got rid of most of my nasty treats, so don't give me such a hard time. Yeah, she did. She did. Yes, yes. All meat for her is sexy. Oh, I better move on before I say too much. Uh, uh, oh, was it? Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember all the stuff you feed me. God, do I have to? It's like, look, it's food. It goes down the pipe. It's not a priority that I have to memorize. This is why food frequency questionnaires in epidemiological studies fail. Because they end up with people like me that just can't be bothered remembering, especially men, can't be bothered remembering what they ate yesterday, let alone a couple of days ago or quite a few days ago. Okay. Yep. Oh, look, I always say be creative, play around with things. Yeah. Hello Kitty, she actually does play around with it. She's a bit more creative than I am, and so I'm lucky in that regard. So I'm the lucky one, not her, in that regard. She's probably just lucky for the information, but all of yous are. But beyond that, yes. Oh, you can talk just because. Well, we won't go into it. You gave me an earful last time. You can talk. Bloody hell. Hey, I'm not into, it has to be equal. Not, just women talk and men shut up. No, it's got to be equal. A bit more men because, I'm a senior. I'm older than you. Yeah, a bit of respect for the elderly. Yeah, yes, Parmesan's really nice. We actually got this Italian one recently from the supermarket. They actually had a discounted, and it's also unpasteurized. We were surprised that it was actually being sold in the supermarket. It was the only product we looked at. The whole display only found one, and so we actually, I don't know. Did you actually get any more when you were up there? Uh, that's true. Exactly. Yes. Once there's vanilla cheesecake in front of me, Carnivore cheesecake, obviously, or vanilla ice cream in front of me, the priority shifts. Forget about talking. The treat comes first. That also works. Yes, yes. G'day. How's it going, Sammy? Good to see you, mate. Yes, that's true. Yeah. Yes, I do have a bit of a vanilla ice cream addiction. Yes. But I've been quite good recently. I've contained myself. I've walked past the aisle, I looked at the ice cream and just kept on walking. You know that. But yes, it's a bloody hard thing to do. Yes, that usually works, Robert, when you do repair. And remember the stomach one, and also your basically bile cleanses the intestine, which I've talked about, the small intestine. Well, when you have a good taurine levels, eating plenty of steak, you basically get, and salt, you basically get the pathogenic bacteria being removed, and you basically get the enteric system functioning properly. And that usually fixes most of these issues. Unfortunately, most of the low carb community or the keto community are scared of meat, of protein, animal protein. Still, it was fat before, now they're still scared of meat because of mTOR. They're going to all get cancer. How friggin' ridiculous when you're those anabolic type pathways that, are just enough for muscle protein synthesis and nothing more because of the insulin to glucagon sort of controlling mechanisms. It's, they ignore that hormonal part. They just think, oh, mTOR and IGF-1 just work on their own magically, the moment they see some more protein from an animal source. Ugh. Crazy thinking. Again, reductionist thinking. Oh, I saw this study show that. Was it a reductionist study in a rat model? I suspect so. Give us a break. Lard in Portuguese is preferred to as banha, from the verb banha, which means bathe, referring to the use of producing covered meat by larding it. Okay. Conserved meat by larding it. Yep. Yeah, they used to, because lard has a very good role in that. You would, yeah, exactly. They would also salt the lard and use it for a number of purposes, for those sort of purposes. Yeah, I've heard of that. There's some sort of meat thing that they do in Greece, which is very similar. Yep. I think you eat 6. Yeah. Yeah, that's Sean Baker. Yeah. He's a monster. But he's a big guy. He eats heaps, So nope. Nah, osmosis or cold water. Nah, can't reduce. Deuterium is deuterium. You have to basically is UV fractionation. That's why alpine water in the mountains is lower in deuterium, because of UV. It's closer to the higher the elevation, the higher the UV. The lower the elevation, that's why the Inuit have to have long chain fats to basically produce more deuterium depleted water to dilute the mix in their bodies, because they're not getting enough solar radiation. It's the reason for that genetic snip that I talk about, because the others don't have it further south. So, yeah, I know it's reverse osmosis, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything of the sort. Deuterium is deuterium. You either has to cleave it, remove it, or you basically have to go through it's a factory that actually will remove it and change it. But the reverse can happen as well. You can go the other way. So, and a lot of people do. So, thanks, mate. Yep. RF Bead 321. Thank you, YouTube, for your help. Thank you, for your help. Yep, exactly. Yeah, appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. Pretty much covered all the expenses that I did on the meat today. Yourself and Julian. So my meat's covered for the day. Thank you very much. So oops. Yeah, so basically, yeah, your body produces better low deuterium water from fat. Just ask the camels or the llama. The llama's gone. But yes, even that llama. He's gone to sleep because it's late in Germany. He has to go to sleep. He'll be on the other program. Ah, yes. Nothing like an uncanny one. Ah, yes. Paul Saladino. Honey Matrix 1 had to be cracking up. Look, what can one say? Yeah, he's a special lad. Sort of. I might do. If I get a chance, I'll do a little. I think I'll do a little. Remember the honeycomb. That had very little sugar in it, very little, and they were just eating that, what it's made of, and all that. A lot of people don't realize that it's what it's made of and stuff like that. They'll be surprised that it's nothing what these people make out to believe. So what people eat in nature and what people say they eat in nature is two different things. So yeah, and they only do it seasonally and occasionally. So yes, Paul's gone down the repeat crackpot ideas. Unfortunately, even I found out recently, Denise Minga, she's gone down the same pathway as well. She does lean meat with fruits and stuff like that. It's the repeat sort of model, basically. Unfortunately, a lot of them are going down that pathway. Sugar and lean meats. Ridiculous. But that's what they're doing. They fear all PUFA, including from animal foods. Zero PUFA. Essential fatty acids now have become completely demonized in the... No wonder they are actually they're losing their marbles without enough essential fatty acids. Completely lost the plot. Old Ray Pete. That's why he basically doesn't even make appearances, because he can't coherently hold a conversation. That's how bad he is. So it's just ridiculous in that regard. I think where did I have that image? Yeah. Oh, can't find it now. But there's one about the repeat pyramid, which is ridiculous. If you look at it, it's basically, Anyway, that's for another day. But yes, he's gone down the crackpot pathway like a lot of these other crackpots. Reductionism. This is what happens with reductionism, and unfortunately, she's gone down a similar pathway. See, she looked at the low. She actually did a video years ago on the low fat. So if you go low fat, you can lose weight and stuff like that. The stuff that I did on the nutritional guidelines, how they came about, which I did with Pim, my first video. If you go to my playlist with Pim, I actually talk about Walter Kempner and that research and all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, she's looked at similar research and came to a wrong conclusion, because she's ignored the N15 data. She's ignored the ancestral data. That's just not engaging the Randall cycle. But she doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand the Randall cycle. And so she's gone down to the conclusion that you can go either way. You can have your cake and eat it sort of thing. So you can have your sugar with your meat to get your nutrient density. And that's where she's mucked up completely. So that's where a lot of them have mucked up. Again, demonizing fat. If it's not fat, they're demonizing animal protein. So you've got animal protein in the keto community. It's been demonized because of mTOR, and then you've got an IGF-1, and then you've got basically, again, because I don't understand the hormonal systems, how they work, the insulin to glucagon ratio, and how that is regulated by the body and the genes. So they got no idea about that in the low carb community. In that regard, so they demonize animal protein, and then on the other side, it's the Ray Pete who demonize animal fats, and in particular, animal PUFA. again, for the same ridiculous reasons. You know, even let's put it this way. Let's say somebody for the first time was coming to this information. They weren't a carnivore. They weren't anything. You just said to them, you said, this person claims that all animal poo is dangerous. And here we've got a population like the Inuit, like the Okinawans, that their prime source of food comes from pork and fatty pork, and they use lard. And lard is much higher in animal poofa. Okay? And these people live longer. Who would you believe between the two? Now, obviously, they eat up to 80%, so they don't engage the Randall cycle. There's a lot of things. But even if they don't engage the Randall cycle, they still live longer than the other Japanese. And the Japanese in general live longer than the Americans and other Europeans. So, and they have a high taurine diet as well, which is coming from the fish. People don't tell you that either. And a high TMAO coming from the fish. Yes, apparently, somebody got the message wrong on that. And so, and here you've got crackpots saying that PUFA, TMAO, all these sort of things that are very high in the foods that these people eat and are living longer than the other people. Who am I going to believe? Somebody who has a crackpot reductionist notion, or somebody who basically is eating certain foods and doesn't seem to cause that problem? It's ridiculous, So this is the problem with a lot of these people. They actually are they can't think out of reductionism in these very simplistic ways. Maybe they just don't have the IQ for it. I don't know. But, maybe all of us are much smarter than these people. Or maybe we engage our minds. We're not brainwashed to think that reductionism is the answer. We're able to engage our minds slightly. Unfortunately, these people can't. Yes, what can one say? Oh, good. We definitely want something like that. A bit of humor, salad boy humor. Oh, yes, exactly. Yes, lather him with honey, extra honey. He loves that stuff. Can't wait to see it. Robert, the anticipation is he's drooling at the moment. Do you realise, Lukey? He's drooling at the moment with anticipation. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. The news hypes everything up. Yeah, it's crazy. It's criminal. Unfortunately, it's, people out there are just being led by the nose. Yeah. Exactly. Take, this is a challenge for Lukey, to take on, banana versus egg, sort of, with Freely, go full tong, Good challenge, Robert. Good challenge. Very good challenge. Go egg yourself. God, I bet you could. Just think of the muscle you'd be building, mate. Just think of the muscle. Ah, yes, plenty of protein in that. You'd build heaps of muscle and more utilization as well. Van Parlis, how are you, mate? I do 6 eggs a day. That doesn't surprise me. Typically 30 pack. I typically buy a 30 pack. Okay. Oh, yeah, so yeah. Yeah, but it depends. It depends on the sort of brand, because sometimes the pastured eggs that I get, I can't get them in the larger size, so it's just a reality. Yeah, that's true. Well, one my dear needs to prioritize the most essentially important things in my gluttonous lifestyle, and that's ice cream. Don't you forget it. I can say that whole day without drinking water. Actually, my skin looks better. But once I start drinking mineral water, I want to drink more and more. It's because of the deuterium. Do you know how much water tap water has? It's not like natural water with you're having from like a spring that's coming down the mountain, or is outdoors being bathed in UV and reducing its deuterium levels. The tap water, basically going through a factory and all that, ends up having about 145 parts per million, the same as sugar. Basically, when you drink tap water, you're drinking sugar. The same thing, the same level of deuterium. Your body wants to excrete out the deuterium. That's why you piss more, and also you feel thirstier, because you are being dehydrated. The higher the deuterium content of a food or a source, the higher the level of deuterium depletion that needs to be done or swapped out with the other hydrogen isotope, which basically means that you basically end up with lower hydration. That's why. And so when you hydrate with fat, you end up requiring less. I basically, I do have my indiscretions, but it's primarily for my coffee, So as I said, I'm not a Puritan, but basically, this will make me, but I'll just suppress that thirst, and then it will force it to get it off my body. Someone mentioned taking NAC a few streams ago here. I was wondering, what are your thoughts? Wouldn't waste my time. Can be problematic in some people in high doses. So no, let the body produce what it needs. Its cysteine levels, they will be produced where the body needs. If you basically eat animal foods, you will get shitloads of cysteine. Just take a look. Ugh. So let me just put that up there. My spitter, so I don't spit on it. Especially when I'm talking vigorously, I need to make sure that it's going to cover. And I'm not going to, because if it goes on the microphone, it can actually get moisture in it and actually can damage it. Costs money. Got to look after the damn thing. Give away. Let me just do. Okay. So to produce this sort of stuff in acetylcysteine, you need cysteine, right? In that regard, yes, the body can produce it. Yes, it can have antioxidant effects. Yes, it can have all these other things, but it also can have side effects in supplemental. Let's take a look at the food sources of cysteine. Oh, I'm getting over 100% with 100 grams of pork. 100 grams of pork, which is 3.53 ounces. I know there is not one carnivore amongst you that are going to consume only 100 grams or 3.53 ounces of pork. No friggin' way. God, I'd be still hungry. There's no way I'm going to do that. So most people are going to basically, at a minimum, they'll have 500 grams, which is 5 times that. And we'll divide that by 28 point, which is approximately nearly 18 ounces, or minus 16, which is basically 1 pound, 1.65 ounces. Okay, so that's basically what people, on one, and that's 5 times. So 5 times 122% is 610%. So you have one steak, you're getting of cysteine 600%. Now, do you think you don't have enough for all your biological needs and to convert as well all these things in your own body through enzymes? I think so, you do. Beef, the difference, 122, 123, very similar from beef. Chicken, more or less the same, 117, slightly less, not much difference. Tuna, slightly less. Lentils, it drops quite a bit, but that's the, oatmeal has about that. Eggs are very high as well. So 100 is, very high, 102%, 2 eggs. Low-fat yogurt doesn't have a lot. Sunflower, it's bound in a certain way. The bioavailability is a bit lower. Cheese is very high again. So primarily animal foods, and some of these other ones, it's questionable, the bioavailability, because we know about the protein mix. The utilization is very low from plant sources. So, but it pretty much is all animal foods. So why would people have an NAC deficiency or require NAC or have not enough? What is it? Cysteine, oxidized dimer form of amino acid cysteine, and is considered an equivalent to cysteine. It's the same thing. Amongst the functions, creates antioxidants in the body, can help with hair health, the health of your hair. However, none of these claims have been established. It's associational, and that's true. So, what are high? Pork, beef, chicken, fish. These other plant foods are questionable. Eggs, and I would say cheese in that regard. So it's only people on a plant-based diet, a vegan diet and all that probably need this supplement. But do the rest of us need to basically go out and bother and buy it? No. Did your ancestors require it? Did the Maasai require it? That lady that was over 100 years old, did she require it? No. Do basically the Inuit require it? No. They got centenarians amongst themselves as well. So have the Okinawans. Did they need to supplement NAC? No. So what are you? Or anyone? Oh, that's right. Somebody wants to sell supplements to make money. Yes, I always forget about the money side of things. Yes. When in animal foods, you get shitloads more than you require. You get so much, your body basically will use it for other things and potentially even excrete it. It's getting so much. It's only on a plant-based diet or on a kibble diet, like a very poor diet that most people are sad dieters. They are the ones who are deficient that require these supplements because their bodies are deficient in these nutrients. They're not eating that. On a pizza, you get a few bits of that, and the rest is all this processed plants. It's crap. On the the kibble food, if you look at the nutrients and all that, it's just the protein is like a few grams and the rest of it is all carbohydrate and some seed oils. People are not getting enough protein. They're getting a couple of grams of protein. We're getting like 200 grams or 300 grams. These people are getting a couple of grams. They're barely making the minimum requirement just to maintain their tissue. That is why they need those supplements, because they can't produce enough of that stuff in their bodies. So it's not accidental, that the supplement makers have found a market. It's called the veganerized community and the sad dieters who are eating primarily a kibble diet and actually require this. If you only ate a species-appropriate diet, you would not require this sort of stuff. It's simple. It's not complicated. Never has been. My mum loves your laugh, Harry. Actually, she's become 90% carnivore 2 years ago and has lost 15 kilograms. Good for her. Yes, I try to keep it humorous and entertaining as much as possible. I think you can provide information without being too, too bland. Exactly. I think you need to be, if you're providing information, you have to have passion. I think people love passion. It's, yeah. If you don't have passion for what, you really, people switch off. People notice fakeness from genuine passion for and love for something. And, anyway, you're welcome, and pass on my warm regards to your mum. A close friend of mine told me his friend, and I'm carnivore dieters, and one of the flipped and saying it's empirically elucidatively dumb idea. Nowhere one research will say that only ate meat. Who gives a shit what the research says? It's been made up by crackpots, I would say to him. So I'll say, so multiple generations of carnivorous Inuit. What happened there? And multiple generations of sand people, the Samburu, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, that could only eat meat because that's all there is in their environment, up to 3.92 grams per kilo body weight. And the Inuit who only eat meat and blood and milk. So what happened there? Just because some crackpot hasn't done a study, because they just do studies on food frequency questionnaires of people eating kibble all day, and that's the diet, just because that's what the majority of people eat. But that's the logic. Yes. I always say, when they say, oh, you're eating all this meat, Harry, I'm eating the Inuit diet or the Maasai diet. And they go, oh. I said, they just eat dairy and meat, the Maasai. I'm just eating the same as them. They've been doing it for multiple generations. None of them are sick. They go, oh. And they've got no reply. They've got no comeback. What are they going to say? Oh, there's a study that says differently. And I go, well, if you can find me a study that actually says the Maasai are basically dying by the thousands and are not living long lives and not basically, dying left, right, and center. They've been around with centenarians and living long lives and robustness for over multiple generations. I mean, Mary couldn't even keep up with an 80-year-old Maasai man running up a hillside. And she's basically a low-carb, fit woman that actually does some track and field stuff. And she couldn't keep up with an 80-year-old. That's how damaged she is in comparison to an ancestral diet. So, yes, she immediately realized, yes. But most people they'll just, if the doctor doesn't say or the expert doesn't say, yes, the expert opinion. Yes, unfortunately. Yes, we always have to wait for the expert opinion. Oh, thank you. Sammy, Dr. Eric Westman was on an interview with Judy Cho. He was saying that he doesn't mind purfur oil. Did he? Oh, God. Because he hasn't seen any science evidence. Okay. I've made my... purfur is basically bad. This is the problem with a lot of I'll tell you why Eric Westman is saying this. He grew up in an era and studied in an era when for keto diets, the original keto diet, it used seed oil. The original keto diet that was developed back in 1920 for epilepsy was basically like 10 to 15% protein and 85 to 90% fat. And the only way they could get so much fat into these children was with seed oil. But back then, the seed oil wasn't as refined and processed as it is today. So it didn't have the level of deuterium in it that it has today, which was one factor. And the second factor was basically it wasn't as damaged or oxidized. compared to today. Today, it's way worse than what it was back then, what they were using back then. So as a consequence, that research is what he bases his opinion on. But since then, there's been plenty of research showing lipid peroxidation in LDL from these PUFA oils. And there's been plenty of research also in Eastern Europe and all that on deuterium, showing high levels of deuterium in refined oils compared to natural animal fats. So one thing, he hasn't seen that research. The second thing, he's got no idea about, like most academics in the West, of deuterium or quantum biology. They're completely ignorant about that part of the science. And so that is why they are viewing it from that reductionist, from that lens of ignorance, and they're stating these things. He sort of views it as, well, it doesn't raise insulin, it's low insulinogenic, but he's not considering the ramifications of damage to the mitochondria from the high deuterium levels or the high oxidation that can actually cause inflammation, and that inflammation can create arterial, damage, irrespective of high carbohydrates. So normal PUFA coming from like plants, like nuts and stuff like that, or animal stuff, that's not going to cause that problem, because it's in a matrix within the food that's actually, it's not being processed, that actually has deranged it and damaged it and actually increased its. I'll give you an example. Certain PUFA in certain nuts is as low in deuterium as that in plants. Sorry, that in animals. Got it? So it's actually low deuterium. Some of the nuts have got low deuterium fat. But when that fat is processed, the seeds from those plants is processed and producing this massive amount, because of the industrial process, it adds deuterium to it. And it can raise it up to 255 parts per million, depending on the level of processing. That's the problem. And that is what he's ignorant about, that part of the research. Unfortunately, he hasn't looked into this sort of stuff. And that's why he has, a very old-fashioned, I'll call it a very old-fashioned understanding of the oil industry. Let's put it that way. Not a modern one. He needs to get himself up to date about industrial PUFA, or industrial seed oils, to be more precise. But he's completely unaware. I mean, Nina Teicholz and many others have done research in the oil industry, and how they've basically fabricated the research to hide a lot of this evidence. She's exposed a lot of that. Maybe Eric needs to get a bit out of the research lab and start looking at some of this information, and before he gives an opinion on PUFA from oils, would be my opinion. So he's completely wrong on a number of fronts, on oxidation, aldehydes, and because there's research showing very high aldehydes in these, and that rip lipid membranes that cause oxidation and inflammation. So I don't know what research he's talking about, but he's not looking at the right research, or he's still looking at old-fashioned research that never looked at that stuff. Again, he's basically another low-carb reductionist. Unfortunately, there's many of them. There are reductionists in the paleo community, reductionists in the low-carb community, and reductionists in the basically the low-fat community and the other sort of things, vegan and all that. And none of them understand the Randall cycle. Only Philip Randall just created the damn thing in 1963, and they still don't understand it. And these are not the average people. These are academically trained people, which have to have a certain level of IQ to be able to acquire that knowledge that they've got. I'm shocked that they still haven't understood the Randall cycle. Philip Randall would still be turning in his grave. He only published it back in 1963. Crazy. Yeah. No, it can't. That's just nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. You actually need you actually need an industrial electricity to do it. You actually need electricity to remove those isotopes. It's actually done through a certain industrial process. You can't. It's just the only thing you can do with reverse osmosis is actually get rid of the minerals and get rid of fluoride and stuff like that. But I would say to Simlam, show me the research. I've seen none, and I've looked for it because somebody made the same claim to me in one of the comments. No, his stuff on fasting is pretty good, but some of the other stuff is completely way out there. I think Spencer actually made a point about me. He said, "You're the only person I've come across, Harry, that backs up everything he says with research. And then when you have a speculation and a hypothesis, you actually state it quite clear. And you're consistent. You don't vacillate here and there on these sort of things. You've done your research, you're consistent and all that." And I said my anchor is the N15 data. That's my anchor. It's not basically crackpot ideas or crackpot reductionist research. That is my anchor. And usually when I look at research that says something strangely different, I go, where's the shenanigans and where's the adjustments and where's the fabrication? And it doesn't take long to realize that a lot of that's happened in certain research because there are vested interests that are pushing that stuff. And you've got to keep in mind the vested interests. Most people don't, unfortunately. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, look, coconut, avocado, or olive oil are not the sort of stuff that I consider, really bad. No, but to just make a blank statement saying that all seed oil PUFA is okay, or oil PUFA is okay, is wrong. So if you're basically just saying coconut, because coconut also has a bit of PUFA, so does avocado, so does olive oil. But the other ones have horrendous amount. Now, olive oil is one of those that doesn't have a good stability, and avocado has more stability, and so does coconut, but olive oil doesn't, and so shouldn't be cooking with it. But all the others are definitely, you shouldn't even be touching them because they're not even extracted cold pressed. They're all basically industrially extracted, so out of the seeds. Because you can't get it out of the seed any other way. You have to industrially extract it. Coconut, you don't. You don't need to extract it out of a seed. It's just, you use a press, like with avocado and like with olives, a press, and you extract the oil that way, which it can be cold pressed. So completely different product, one oil to the other. But also, once you get it out of that matrix of the food matrix, it starts degrading. Aldehydes do go up, not to the same degree that the other ones, but they still do go up much higher than animal fats. So there's still a problem even with those oils compared to probably the most stable out of the three there that you've actually mentioned is coconut. Because it's so saturated, that's why it's stable. It's got bugger all of the other fatty acids. It's pretty much nearly 90+%, 95% saturated. So yeah, it's probably the only stable out of all of them. Yes, unfortunately. Yes, is also one of the girls that demonizes proteins, eat too much, kidney pain and hormone. No, that's just garbage. It actually, if she's saying that, she's wrong. If you take a look at the kidneys improve. My father had like polyps on one of his kidneys, and we were fearing about cancer. Well, since he's gone a high taurine, high animal-based diet, it's gone the other way. Remember the actual thing that I did? Your kidneys actually require a lot of taurine because it's an osmolyte. It regulates the electrolytes, and that's what kidneys do. They require shitloads of taurine. It's one of the organs, it's one of the biggest hogs of taurine, which comes from animal protein, is the kidneys. So if you're not eating enough, because in the past we had no supplements. So if you're not eating enough meat, you can't get enough taurine to basically regulate the electrolytes properly and run. This is why keto people have constant problems with their electrolytes. Carnivores don't when they eat enough meat. And salt, meat, and obviously the sun is my three combinations. But in this case, salt and meat. Simple as that. So no, she's wrong. I won't even argue the point. She's wrong. Simple as that. And, unless you've got some condition, health condition or whatever, then I would basically put somebody on a lower protein and diet because they need to heal. If they've got really a lot of severe, like atrophy, a lot of damage or cancerous or whatever, then I do other things. I actually will put a leucine to maintain, the muscle protein synthesis and turnover, plus heaps of taurine to break up the fibrotic tissue in the kidneys and repair it, and R-alpha lipoic acid and other things. I don't recommend R-alpha lipoic acid to healthy people because too excess amounts and not enough ROS signaling can be also damaging, unhealthy for your body. It all depends on the circumstances. These sort of reductions, no, it doesn't work for everyone. Depends where you are, what your health requirements are and what your conditions are. Generally speaking, if somebody wants to do what I call the long run, see, with Dad, we didn't bother going low protein. We just went high protein, high taurine, and left it at that. And eventually the body will sort itself out. Remember the one with the monk, you do kidney damage, will high protein cause kidney damage? I've already done that with the rats. That's a mammal that's not even designed. We are more tolerant. I mean, the sand people, the Kalahari, 4 grams nearly per kilo of body weight. That's a high protein diet. These people are doing 40% protein. Okay? Stephanie, if she heard that the sand people, the Bushmen of the Kalahari were doing 40%, she'd fall off a chair. But they've been doing it over multiple generations. They have bigger kidneys as well, because when you eat more protein, you create bigger kidneys to filter. But you know what? They're healthier and bigger. That's what they found in the rat studies as well. All mammals respond the same. When you give them more protein, the organs are healthier and stronger, and everything, the musculoskeletal structure is stronger and all that. And you've got better regulation of electrolytes as well because of the extra taurine that is an osmolyte, the key regulator. And not only that, it regulates your stomach, it regulates your gut, motility, does all these things. It's magical. It's meat. Stop fearing it. It's again that mTOR, all that reductionism, all comes from the reductionism and all the bullshit studies, which people were basically that high protein. These people were sick and they were given a kibble diet, the sugar glycating and damaging the kidneys, and then putting excess protein in. The kidneys just couldn't handle it. They were being glycated. The proteins were being glycated. The whole system wasn't working properly. How could it filter? So it was dumping more protein. But that's a damaged kidney because of, high insulin and high, garbage that people are putting in their body and high blood pressure because of the high insulin from the foods that they're eating. You can't use that to extrapolate to a healthy person from people with diabetes and stuff like that and their problems. Once you get away from all that, it all corrects itself. Blood pressure comes down, everything normalizes. The glycation of the nephrons ceases, which means they start functioning properly. They start healing and functioning properly. And also remember, taurine in meat has an anti-glycating effect. I mean, I've talked about the anti-glycating effect when it comes to the anti-glycating of beta amyloid in the brain, for Alzheimer's, the beta amyloid that gets glycated and can't, can't fold properly. The protein folding and stuff like that gets mucked up. It gets all entangled. Well, taurine eliminates that glycating factor around the beta amyloid, and then the body can actually clear it better. Well, it's the same thing in your kidneys. You get rid of all the glycating shit, the glycation, the advanced glycation end products with taurine by eating a steak. You basically then can heal these systems so they can function properly. Again, she's like a lot of other people being influenced by reductionist thinking again, so yes. Anyway, yeah, and this sort of hormonal problems, that's just nonsense, If you're eating 40%, you're still getting 60% fat. You're getting shitloads of fat. You're getting more than enough fat. People in the past were getting 50% fat and some carbohydrates and some protein. None of them were having hormonal problems then when they were on a mixed diet, but undernourishing themselves slowly and working hard to deplete the glycogen. So why would 60% not be enough if you're having, it doesn't make logical sense. It just doesn't. There are other reasons. People in the low carb community don't have a lot of protein, and then they blame the protein and they go even lower, down to 15% from 25, thinking that that's a problem when they should be going up the other way. Again, the brainwashing is good, is strong in that community. In the keto community, brainwashing very, very strong. Yes, unfortunately. Yes, exactly. well put, Sammy. Oh, people have only been fasting for centuries. I mean, some of the longest lived people on the planet actually fast. A lot of the tribal people fast. That other tribe that eats every second day fasts. Multiple generations fasting 2 days and then eating on the third day, like massively eating. Many of our ancestors didn't have food every day. That's why we store energy in our fat cells, so we can actually provide ourselves energy when we don't have food. We're unsuccessful in our hunt. That was forced fasting, but still it's part of our physiology. Same thing, many other populations have had traditions of fasting. So to say fasting is unhealthy or bad, chronic fasting, yes, is a problem. That's a different thing. That's just people that are basically it's like the constant cleansing, which is a fasting mimicking diet that the Vagoons do, That's another one of those sort of nonsensical things. But that's just people that are basically just addicted to certain behaviors. We're talking about normal people that do the occasional fast here and there. God almighty. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. And blanket statements and all that. And if you're an athlete as well, you need far more energy, and you need far more. And if you do it, and you need far more nutrition every day because you're breaking down tissue all the time. So yeah, that can be another factor as well. But that's a different issue altogether. That you can't apply it to everyone. Exactly. Blanket statement. Yes, it does. But you know what? So does eating a steak. Cysteine is in the steak. Actually does the same thing. And also, so does taurine. Taurine also suppresses H. pylori. And so does regulating properly the acidity, the acidity with taurine, which is in a steak. So no, you don't need the supplement even for that. Yep. Again, taurine goes into the lungs and actually acts as an antioxidant as well. And so does basically cysteine can be actually produced because we get more than enough, shitloads of it. Again, not a requirement as a supplement. Fat, get off. Or you consume shitloads of extra fat. Yep, you don't need to. Exactly. If you've got onboard fat, you need to basically go like... She's basically quite lean. And so she's got very low fat stores, and because she's quite athletic, and does a lot of exercise, she needs the extra energy. Otherwise, she'll get into rabbit starvation if she doesn't get enough energy. That's different. And women have higher fat store requirements anyway, in the first place. On the other level, if somebody's basically got plenty of fat on board, they need to do a cut like the old bodybuilders used to do, which basically high protein, zero carbs, and lower fat. So you go 70%, or you go very high, 50% protein, 50% fat. So you're still getting enough fat, but for energy, but you're getting, most of it is coming from your body. So, yeah. A 1-to-1, and even if some, so if people want to do that, so they don't want to go 70% and 30%, which is what is like a cut. So you're getting just from eggs, you're getting, because a steak and egg diet, you're getting from eggs, you're getting some fats, you're getting some fats from the steaks themselves, but you're not getting large amounts, the leaner cuts of meat. You're getting more protein, like 70 odd percent, and the rest is fat, 30 odd percent of the intake. And it's not a 1-to-1. Yeah, that will give you a good cut because it'll come off your body primarily, especially when you're exercising. You're exercising and you're using not enough energy coming in. You'll take the rest from your fat stores. That's what bodybuilders, that's how they cut pre-competition. And yes, and that works. Unfortunately, they go back to binge eating a whole lot of carbs, and that's why they gauge the Randall cycle and fatten up after competition. But that's because they're not using their brain and not using the traditional methods. The old bodybuilders never had that. They'll just go back to steak and eggs and just put a bit more extra fat, and they wouldn't put much fat on at all right through. So, yeah, it's people just don't know the old magic that the old bodybuilders used to use, unfortunately. But yes, if you want to basically, you've got stored, that's the whole purpose. We use stored fat as energy when nothing's coming in. That's the whole purpose of it. It's normal. Let's not demonize. That's the whole purpose why we've got it. That's the whole purpose why we're midday persistent hunters, because chimps can't do that. They can't venture too far out because they don't have enough fat stores, especially the males, So we had to change to become what we became. Oh, God, do I have to explain physiology to people in the low carb community? It's crazy. Yeah. Look, if you're young, just eat more steak. You don't need to even pick up a supplement. But if you're basically, remember, we are not ancestral. So we've got a lot of damage. We've got less mitochondrial density. And as our mitochondrial density goes down and we've got more senescent cells that are causing inflammatory cytokines, what they do is they actually damage more cells, bringing down our energy even further. So we've got less energy. And then our taurine synthesis inside our body declines because the body going, well, that's not a high priority. I need to just keep everything working. I can't convert all these things because I don't have enough energy. Because you've just damaged your body, your mitochondria. You haven't been ancestrally like the Maasai, who have got really good mitochondrial density from youth right through to old age. You've lost half of your mitochondria density. And, tough titties. Something has to go. I don't have enough energy, so I'm going to reduce the taurine production and a few other things. That's why, as you get older, actually consuming a bit more fish to get more DHA, actually consuming a bit more taurine to get the stuff it literally takes choline a bit more. It literally takes away the conversion requirements. The body has, he's getting enough choline. I don't need to convert methionine into choline, and and he's giving me extra choline so I can convert that to folate. That's all fine. So I only have to focus on that. So it reduces the conversions that need to be done in the body, which require energy, which means I can use that extra energy to basically repair things. So you see how I think about using supplements in older age, and certain strategic supplements, not everyone, not all of them. So this is the sort of thinking that I'm trying to get across to you people, to think in a very different way, in a more lateral way, rather than a reductionist way like everybody else thinks. which is the biggest problem out there. That's why I don't think you're going to find anybody like me, because I don't think like them. They can't think in a very holistic way, how all these different systems are interacting. My fun time is basically trying to work out how all these enzymes are interacting with each other and what can impede one against the other and play and sort of how to biohack those things. I get a bit of a buzz out of that sort of shit. Most of these people would just be like a catatonic state. Well, if they looked at the stuff that I look at, that's why they just can't understand it. They just don't have the brain capacity, without being insulting, to do that. I do. I've always had it from a youngster. I was an average student, but then I discovered that I was really smart. I thought I was just an average student, but then when I actually applied myself to knowledge like philosophy and stuff like that, in my teens, I was shocked how actually I'm smart. I used to just think, oh yeah, I love soccer, like doing physical things. And then when I applied myself to mental things, I was quite surprised how capable I was in that area, without being too arrogant about it. But I was. Some people just are, capable in that regard. And I'm not surprised. Some of my relatives were warlords and leaders that actually fought, and many were officers. To be back in those days, it was the smartest people that were running that sort of stuff. That's why you had to have the smartest people running things to be successful. It's just the way it was. So yeah, so basically, unfortunately, and sometimes I can explain things. Sometimes I get a bit disheartened because that's why I've forced myself many times to discuss things in a very simplistic way as much as possible. What I'm actually giving you guys is very complex stuff that will take you years to learn and understand this complexity. But I'm giving it to you in a very basic way in that regard. And so sometimes even when I'm doing this, looking at the studies, I look at the key comments, the key points, and then in the data points, those key things, just to highlight those so you get that you understand what my thinking without making it too complicated, because I don't want to lose you as well, because you're going, what did he just say? It's a waste of time. I'm not getting, then I'm not really achieving anything. I really want to make complex, difficult concepts as simple as possible, so you guys have the knowledge, and then you can't get the wool pulled over your head, which is what the majority of people out there are getting. And that's why I do the videos that I do, to literally pull the bullshit away and just show you exactly what the truth is with these things and how things really work in the body, so people can't bullshit to you, because there's a lot of bullshit out there, unfortunately. And people are, for a lot of reasons, it's, they want to sell supplements. They want to, for me, it was, I need to understand how to save myself. When you have cardiovascular disease and you're really sick, nobody's going to help me. I need to find out myself what actually works and what doesn't. I didn't give a shit what worked, whether it's veganism, carnivore, or whatever. I wasn't invested in any group or movement. For me, it was survival. And when you're on a survival mission, you want to really understand how things work. You don't give I'm not, for me, it wasn't a moral, like the vegans, for moral reasons, they lie, because that's how they justify it in their head. I'm saving the animal, so I have to lie to these people. I can't accept what they're saying. Even if it may be true, I have to do it for the animals. They trick themselves into believing that there's justified reasons to being, it's like justified reasons to kill, justified reasons to do certain harm or whatever that people put in their heads, because basically they justify for a whole lot of reasons, not for truth. They're not out there pursuing truth. So anyway, I had my ramble. as you guys normally know I do. Thanks, y'all. See ya. Yes, we're getting we're at the 4-hour mark. Evian. It's that oops. I don't drink massive amounts of it just because it's still not as low as deuterium as it's that one there. So that's it. That's what I drink. That has got 9 parts per million less, and it's got a lot of trace minerals. So you don't need a mineral supplement. I don't bother with a mineral supplement anymore. I used to get like colloidal minerals, but this has got so much mineralization from these mountain areas. These are French Alps. It's 9 parts lower. So from 155, 9 parts lower is 146. The other stuff that comes out of Italy is 148. It's got 2 parts per million more in deuterium. The French one has 2 parts per million less, 146. Still not at the 130 range, so you can't consume a lot. But for coffee, the occasional coffee, stuff like that, that's what I use it for. And it's natural spring water, and it's not it doesn't have any there's no bubbly stuff in it or any other stuff or chemicals in it. It's just basically natural spring water and nothing else. And so, yeah. So basically that's what I use for my coffee, pretty much. And I'll stick that there. That's what it is. It's in the ease. Oh, look, I haven't watched anything. I subscribe to Stephanie, but I haven't actually watched any of her stuff in recent times. I just don't have the time. The only stuff that I actually watch is even Bart's stuff. I sort of struggle sometimes to watch in that regard because I've got my own stuff and things. But I do watch Bart, and I actually do always like and comment on Bart. So eventually I do watch everything that Bart does and Pim does because we're like-minded, and they watch a lot of my stuff as well. And we're like-minded. We understand that it's not complicated. The N15 data for us is an anchor, an anchor of certainty. And from there, everything comes from that. And so for all of us, yes, in that regard. Andy, Harry, I eat two mad. Yep, I usually do that as well. 2 meals a day, bacon, eggs, and then steak, plus small feta cheese, a little salad, mescaline, tomatoes, olives. I'd probably give those a miss I do, but that's fine if that works for you. Is there any hermetic effect of small amounts of plants matter? There is a bit of hermetic, but the problem is we get a lot of hormesis in the environment. We've got non-native EMF, which is a hormetic effect. UV radiation, hormetic effect. Exercise, hormetic effect. General stress, hormetic effect. I actually think we're getting too much hormesis with non-native EMFs, blue light, all these sort of sources. Maybe we need to lower to more ancestral levels and reduce some of this sort of stuff. But that's my personal opinion on this sort of stuff. I notice that when people take more of this sort of stuff out and go more ancestral, they feel better. Because we're not a very hygiene environment in terms of cellular function and cellular health, unfortunately. But yeah, I do a 2 without the minus the plants. I do a 2 meal a day as well. I usually break my fast beyond on the Sundays when I do the live streams, and that really mucks up my sort of my situation. But anyway, right after this, I'm going to have a couple of steaks, and then go for a bit of or go for a walk and then come back for the go for the walk and then come back for the steaks, and then basically after that do my live stream at the night one. So yes, I usually jumping down. I usually do jumping jacks and all that just to get the circulation working properly before I sit down for my multiple hours, because it's not a good thing. Let's put it that way. Yes. So if it works for you, Andy, at the end of the day, has to work for you in that regard. But if it's not 100%, maybe take some of those things out. You may get better. See, when it comes to tomatoes and olives, they do have things like salicylates, and that can be a problem for some people, especially from the Northern Hemisphere. Coconut oil as well has salicylates, and there are some people that are very sensitive to them. And sometimes just taking those out and taking the salicylates out, no problems. Where I come from, my background is from the Mediterranean, and that's not a case. It's just basically we've had salicylates in our diet for donkey's years, from antiquity, considering olives also have salicylates, and don't have a problem whatsoever. We've got an adaptation, so to speak. Our livers can clear out salicylates, get rid of them, so it's not a problem. But not everybody has those genetics, and a lot of Northern Europeans don't. So that can be a problem. But with the actual pillaging that the Vikings did throughout the Mediterranean and all that, they did bring some of those women back, and they did breed, and some of those genetics did get into the northern, and so a lot of Northern Europeans have probably ended up with some salicylate tolerance as a consequence of the Vikings and others that came through the Mediterranean. But generally speaking, there are still large numbers of people that don't do very well with them. Neff, how are you, mate? Look, could be. I'm not completely against it in any way, but if you bring the acidity of the stomach down quite a bit, it should fix the problem. At the end of the day, SIBO and H. pylori infections are usually a problem. If you've got H. pylori, you can't eradicate H. pylori. Believe me, you can't. But what you can do is you can suppress it to very small amounts. People that have got it have got it. But if you've got very low stomach acidity, you keep it under control and it doesn't cause a problem. It's a bit like, candida. You can't get rid of candida. But if you keep it under control, it's fine. But when it gets pathogenic, then it's a problem. So again, in a SIBO state, it becomes pathogenic. What happens there? When you're having too much fiber, too much things that actually reduce that and create that problem, that's where it's inhibiting your stomach acidity. And when you've got the taurine, which is cleansing your intestine out, and you've got the taurine keeping the lower acidity, you know what? You're not going to have the problem. So not an issue. Oops. Thanks, Neff. Appreciate it. No, not even a comment. Thank you very much. So I'm just about to, what did you say? I also, about something for me, but my family. Yep. Just a general comment. Yeah, look, if you're coming from a crap diet or you're on a crap diet, let's say somebody's got a H. pylori problem and I would basically recommend NAC and taurine to that person, because you're not going to get salt into them very easily, because, they've got these strange ideas, and so, yeah. Yeah, so in that regard, I would say, okay, for the okay, for the water, to purchase some water. Thanks. The steaks are covered. The water's covered for my coffees. Fuck, it's been a good day. Thanks, guys. Yes, so appreciate it. Like with the other gut issues, some people find resolution. Yep. But ultimately, you need to be on a species appropriate diet to fix most of this sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. We supplement far too much and we waste far too much money without eating the correct species appropriate diet to fix these problems. But if you've got basically cup of milk, no, not going to do it at all. We're talking about excess energy from both sources. That's only got that's not even, you can still be in ketosis at 25 or 30 grams of carbs. It's not a non-issue. Sammy, absolutely non-issue. So yeah, pretty much. Harry, would someone with fatty liver or kidney have problem converting D? It's actually, well, you'd probably, if you had liver problems, you wouldn't be able to store it properly, and you wouldn't actually, so that would be a problem in the stored form, 25-OHD. And if you had kidney problems, you'd have problems with converting it. That would be another problem. That's true. That's why I usually say if people have kidney problems, do a 125 to see what your conversion rate is, to see whether you've got conversion problems. How bad are your kidneys? But if you don't have kidney problems, then I usually tell people then pretty much do the 25-OHD to see is the liver working properly in that regard. Are things being converted and stored properly in the right amounts and stuff like that? So these are important, and you have to do it. You have to do the test when you're not in a diseased state or have an infection, because obviously it's going to be utilized by the immune system and those numbers can come down. So you've got to do it in a healthy state to really know where your numbers are in that regard. So yeah, that's it. That's the important thing. And the other thing is choline is the key nutrient that exports fat out of the liver. So if you want to prevent fatty liver as well, I've done a video, go and see, about fatty liver and Harry Serpanos, and choline is the secret ingredient. Some people can't convert it very well in their body endogenously, so they need to eat a lot of it in their diet. People like me, but many others as well, are probably not getting enough in that regard as well. So especially on a kibble diet, if I've got somebody with, if I've got a child, you've got a child that's problematic in eating, Punisher, then you can actually get a choline supplement to deal with that fatty liver that child may have, as you try to tease it off the wrong foods. So you're welcome in that regard. Much of a problem, heavy metal things, glyphosate, yep, exactly all that, and a non-well functioning gallbladder. The gallbladder, if you use it or lose it, unless you get enough taurine to emulsify, you actually start creating sludge and stones. With enough meat and taurine, it will emulsify and actually, And the other thing is to produce good enough bile so you don't get too much cholesterol stones. Is another thing is, you need animal foods like choline and stuff like that are very important in the actual diet, and so stuff like that. And menaquinone 4. Menaquinone 4 is critical for the biosynthesis of basically bile salts. So the bile salts are to help prevent those stones as well. So it's a synergistic between those three working together to make sure, and it's all in animal foods. Eating animal foods will give you all three, which basically means your bile will function. It will cleanse your intestine, prevent SIBO, also make sure that guarantee that your stomach acidity is low to prevent H. pylori It all works together beautifully when you eat a species appropriate diet. And the other thing is, remember, most of your kidneys get rid of excrete certain metals, but most of the heavy metals get excreted from your bile. So if you are a vagoon, not eating enough animal foods to have proper functioning gallbladder, you're going to have heavy metal accumulation. Manganese is one of the big ones for vagoons because their food is very high in manganese, and 90% get excreted from the bile. So if you don't excrete it from the bile because you're not eating animal foods, these vagoons are causing themselves brain damage long term, potentially, in my personal opinion. Got to say that nowadays with the AI, watching. Is Harry going to say something inappropriate? I must take him out. Yes, the AI is on vigilance, full vigilance. Yes, to sell their supplements all through. I don't doubt it is a problem for some people. Think like glyphosate persists in the body. Stephanie, she has discovered through her research. Yeah, she's right about some stuff. She's wrong about some other stuff. We'll discuss this some other time. It's a bit of a more complicated. So I disagree with some of the stuff that, that Stephanie says about glyphosate sort of with, cysteine sort of displacing and stuff like that. That's not proven. That's her hypothesis. It's not proven. And there are certain biological enzymatic pathways that sort of, disallow that from happening. So I think she's a bit wrong on that one. But she's fine on the other, when she talks about sulfonation, all correct, because I agree with that research as well. So, yeah, so she's, yeah. Anyway, that would be a half hour me ranting like mad. Thanks, mate. Again. And I want to get the DNA test, but super skeptical to give my DNA to the government. But way of getting ancestral information, genes, and look, with 23andMe, when I actually did it ages ago, you didn't have to you could actually put yourself down as Mickey Mouse, as long as you've got the code and everything. Obviously, that could, so in that way, you don't share, because they give you an option whether to share with third parties information. You just say no, and then they can't share it with anyone. And so they only know you as Mickey Mouse, and you don't share anything. So that's another option. So that's with 23andMe. I don't know about the other companies. I think the other companies do hold more information about you. So you can actually have a generic name on 23andMe, but not the other ones. So I wouldn't use the other ones. But even on 23andMe, I would just use some generic name. Make it up. Mickey Mouse is not bad. Can you imagine actually having to show me Mickey Mouse? I'd be laughing. If you were to show me on the screen and sent me the stuff, I'd be laughing for a few minutes, and then I'd take you serious. But anyway, that's me. I can't help myself. Yes, exactly. Always a problem. You're welcome. Yes. I'm very clear about my hypotheses. I'm very clear about my science, where a number of other people are not, unfortunately. So, anyway, Disney's known to sue people. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't use it. You'll be sued by Disney. There you go. Ben Parlis is correct. Yes, you'd be. You have to find something different. Sorry, Neff. I'll lead you down the wrong pathway. Anyway, I actually got to the bottom of the actual stream, and thanks for the contributions to everyone today. That will cover all my expenses for food that I've actually bought. So that's nice. Appreciate it. I'll go away and have some pork steaks. So I've actually got about four pork steaks. So that is going to be very enjoyable. Thanks, Sammy. Take care. And I appreciate everybody being here. Thanks a lot. Please hit the like button as on your way out. And please share. And if you haven't subscribed, well, you wouldn't be able to basically put comments now, would you? So, yes, I nearly got myself there, didn't I? Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Anyway, I'm going. I'm out of here. See yous.